Okay, everybody. Hey, Denz. Hey, Austin. How you doing? I just started a stream after going to History Man's, and now I'm starting my own. Welcome. I'm doing well. Hey, Stacking Kid. How you doing? Let's see. Not this one. Let's try this one. Playlist. Let's see. Home. Let's see. I'm gonna send you a message through here. Maybe she's already on here. Let's see. Nope. Let's try this. Oh, that's not her. To the stream yet. So, what are you guys up to tonight? Three people here. Okay. Hey, Stacking Kid, have you got any new coins or new purchases or new trades for coins? Well, Austin, I should ask him. What have you found so far lately that was really surprising to you? Almost any happy that Laura barely missed us. Boy, did like. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Austin, are you an IT person or computer science or what realm of computer architecture are you guys learning on? Yeah, I know. The premium was really shut up, but you know something? It might be a good thing if if the price of silver went up, but the premiums come down. It might be a good time to buy. But the premiums are so high as much as the silver. But what if silver goes up to 100? Nah, I'm just kidding. I found a coin that 5 Indians, 6 minutes and 3 mercs. Kobe's going. Oh, it's still. Yeah, I don't even have that many mercs. I did a 5,000. I don't know if you guys can see this, but I did 5,000 pennies in this bag, and I found 4 Indian heads out of it. As a matter of fact, where are they? I got them in here. I have 5 Indian heads in the bag. I found cybersecurity. You're gonna be good at. That's gonna be a good job for you. This is 1909 Philadelphia, and the second one. I know you can't see it right now, but I got 1909s, 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, and some 1959s and 60s. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. If it's 100, Hmm. 50 doesn't sound like very much now, does it? Hey, Native Warrior. Nice to see you, man. How you been, Native Warrior? Hey, Austin, when you found the five Indian heads, the six wheat cents, and the three mercs, were they were they corroded or damaged in some way? Hmm. No way. Uh, um, I hope not, because that means I will be out of luck buying a lot of those coins. Can you imagine $100 an ounce? That means most coins will be at Morgan, instead of being 20, 30, 40, $50, it'll be 60 to 120 bucks. Hey, Seven Wonders, long time no see, man. I'm glad you came by to say hi. I'll be on for a little bit. It's only what, 9:30. I'll probably be finished. I'll be here another couple hours. Just in case you want to come back, Seven Wonders. Which ones were the worst? The copper pennies, the copper Indian heads, or the silver mercs? Yeah, I know. It's going to get crazier after November 3rd. I can tell you that right now, depending on who wins. Yeah, it's only 9:38 in California. Seven Wonders. I'm in California. About where are you? I've forgotten. It's been such a long time I've talked to you. Let me see if I'm faster on YouTube for conversation. Nope. Where am I? StreamYards. Nope. I'll kill that one. She hasn't done any. Hmm. I wonder if she can still get it. Oh, they're more worn than corroded. That's good. That's right. North Carolina. Yeah. Hey, are you expecting that any of the storms to get near you, like Laura? Like you might just get rain instead? Seven. Hey, Dallas. That's cool. Dallas raps. Are you serious? You're into rapping songs now? Joanne, if you're in the room, just say hi in the room for right now. So I know you're there. Cool. No, I need to rain. No, I need the rain, but not looking like I'll get much. Well, if California needs any rains, we need to put some fires out. Let's see. I'm trying to get this working out fine. Let's see. Work that. Let's see. It doesn't show that I'm on YouTube either. I'll go there. And then go here. And then go here. See if I can get it right. All right. It's Thursday night, guys. Hey, Dallas, are you still going into coins though? Or is that just a... Hey, 710. Hey, Quasi, what's up? 710 is in the house. Quasi. Same here, man. Dallas, you think of folks will regulate the wine. Well, everything so far so good. $7.10. Isn't it kind of late to be eating dinner at this hour? I mean, anytime it's good to eat, but nah, I'm not back yet. I'm still working for the census for another month. If teachers don't call in sick, oh, keep the munchies. You know, that reminds me of eating something. I had fish, and I'm a little bit hungry still. I tell you what, Quasi, I just hope you know what it was like to have 30 different kids in the classroom with different personalities and try to go and teach them. Man, parents are finding out it's not easy. All right, second kid. Later. Hey, Sen Hoarder, how you doing? How you doing, buddy? Sorry about that. I even woke up late and went to work late, and I still got sleepies right now. Well, remember the next parent meeting, go to the parent meeting. Next time they ask parents to volunteer for the PTA meeting, not the social stuff, just the meeting, or even what are these school site council? Go for that. Hey, how you doing, Will the Night? Oh no. Would be cool to teach youngins though. I taught them, and I still teach them, but they haven't called me up yet. Our district in our county, they're on a watch list because of California says we have too many people being sick. No, I haven't. The wash? Huh. I just thought of something. Let's see. Best line in the movie ever. I've seen Bad Teacher. That's not possible. I'll be there, Sand Hoarder. No problem with that. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing? Hey, no, I'm glad you came by. Thanks, Jimmy. I know I'm on a little early. It's 9:48. Usually I'm not on until 11. But glad everybody's here. Not everybody, but some of you, I hear. Okay, Jimmy, you have a good night too. Boy, dude, this is hard talking to yourself by yourself, not to myself. Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, if before you leave, Sand Hoarder is having a um, auction Saturday at 3 o'clock. Make sure you guys will be there. It should be an interesting auction. And he's also got a video on right now. Sand Hoarder has got video on it too, and even Hoovy has got a video on it. If you guys take a look, I've got a bunch of coins I got to get through. Jimmy, yep, I'm in the future as well. Hmm. Okay, Quasi. Good night. Sand Hoarder, did you say you were at work? Let's see. At work, something by mentally getting ready for Saturday. You'll do good, Sand Hoarder. Honest, you'll do good. Thanks, History Man. Hey, you came by. That's cool. Hey, Sandhorter, are you busy right now? Or are you just taking a little bit sneak peek? Really? Your plant nursery? Were you gonna open like a garden nursery? Retail? Wholesale? Commercial? Okay. Um, comment anytime.
Hello,
Hello, Joanne. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Sorry, I didn't see your live stream. I subscribed to you and everything, but it didn't come up. Troy just texted
Oh, okay.
me, so.
No problem. I that's why I text not text emailed Troy. He's in here too, or he was.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you should get Discord. It would be easier for us. I mean, us younger folks.
Oh, okay.
We would we would show you how to use it, of course.
Oh, of course. I mean, I'm kind of tech savvy because I used to sell high end audio, and I used to put stereos together in cars, and I'm
Oh,
kind
okay.
of mechanically inclined. So yeah, I'd probably need some help getting in, but yeah, I have to figure out how to get into all that stuff.
Yes, I mean, I'm 19 and it took me. I can't believe I'm saying this. I have something wrong with my brain.
Mhm.
I have a disability, so it takes me a while to learn anyway.
But Joanne, believe me, as a teacher, everyone has a disability. Some of it's more pronounced than others, and others are more sublime about it. But everyone has issues, and I mean issues as in they don't bring them up, but it manifests itself in sometimes the way they talk, the way they bring up certain issues, or their behavior. So, I mean, even adults don't go out of their maturity level too. So, it's all fine. I mean, I'm used to people being different. That's
Oh,
one thing.
that's good.
That's one thing that people don't appreciate is the differences in us. That's what makes us individuals.
Yeah, I listen, I had a French Canadian friend, but I never told him I had a disability. I told him everything else about me, but I
Mhm.
said my disability because he was kind of an asshole about things like that.
I've met them before.
Yeah. So I
Oh,
just, if I meet someone, I'm like, I don't have a disability. I'm normal, dude. I only tell people I trust or like, and
uh-huh.
I can just tell by your vibe that you're nice, so I'm telling you straight up.
Okay, not a problem. I stutter. That's my biggest thing.
Yeah. What's stuttering? Is that something to do with the brain or?
It could be emotional, it could be psychological. Mine is physical. I don't know if you can see it, but I have a scar here, and then a scar right here. It goes into my hair. I hit a what do you guys? What is it? You call it in England? A water spout, where the fire department hooks up their hoses to their fire engines and they pump water.
A water hose, that's it.
Okay, I hit one of those apparatuses that stick out of the ground in the corner. I hit it
Yeah.
my forehead here and this here. I believe that's what caused me to stutter, but I overcame it for a long time ago. Jesse Jade, how you doing? Mike Badger, Nick Moeller, Clay 37, how you doing? Hey Rhonda, these are all the people that I talked to in Coin.
Oh,
It's a founded buried. He's a metal detectist.
that's so cool.
Yeah, I have a few people from England that I talked to. UK Coin Hunter, UK Coin, and that's Dale. Alexander from Scotland.
Wait,
Oh,
you've got someone from Scotland and England?
yeah, and
That's
coins.
so cool.
Oh, I have people in New Zealand, Spain, Austria. Italy,
Yeah. Italy.
Mexico.
Ooh,
Yeah,
nice.
parlo italiano.
Oh
That's
God,
do you speak Italian? Well, just
um,
because my cousins are half Italian, and I've heard them phrases. Hey,
I
Just
love,
W, how you doing? Nancy Barbara. Nancy Barbara.
I
Uh,
love. Sorry, I was saying something. I'll shut up.
no, no, that's fine. I must have cut you off then.
I love Italians and Italian culture and and I love Rome. You know, old Rome.
Uh huh.
So
Actually,
yeah.
I plan one of my places I plan to go to is in Spain.
Oh, cool.
Mike Badger. I've bought a few things from off of him. David
Mm.
Carlisle, I've known for at least a couple of years. Seven
How
Wonders
did
too.
how did you meet the people from England and Italy and stuff like that?
They were in another channel. I just started saying, "Hey, how you doing?" And I just normally I just talk to them very
Right.
plainly and just introduce myself. And all of a sudden, I'm getting. And then the coin collection companies. I mean, people that have channels. Uh, and the silver is one item, and the other one's gold. And some of them are, yeah, well, Nick's from Canada. Dimebag Lowell, Low. He's a friend of mine that I met. He's in Canada. Um, Mike Badger says he enjoys your accent.
It's so funny how people can learn Italiano, but people can't learn Latin like the Romans spoke. You know, no one knows classical Latin.
I
Mm.
learned Latin when I was in third grade because I was an altar boy.
Yeah, I think that's different from classical
Oh yeah,
Latin, though.
yeah. Latin was what they spoke was Roman Gaelic Latin, and what I speak is more modern Latin.
No, I see. Did you know the Romans had a nasty word for the British when they invaded us? They called us something Britty. They called us something Britty, like they called us something Britty. So that's how they called it Britannia and stuff like that. They would say
No,
something, yeah, they would say something, you know, because they thought the British were a different, like second class citizens. They would be in their face and, you know, be disgusting in Latin and just degrade the British. And yeah, they weren't very nice people when they conquered.
yeah. Um, from what I understand, well, because some of the coin people also are metal detectorists, and they like to, say that they found this coin and or the found a bullet in Civil War and lands and like in the South. But then I've been watching some of the people in England. They find Roman coins in fields or towns where they were Roman garrisons or some kind of fort, and they find utensils. And I remember one man found a huge, I don't know, treasure trove of Roman coins. I don't know if you saw that in your local papers, but I was interested in how they found and what it was worth, because I think he had to call some ministry of antiquities or something, and they dug it up for him. And but he just fought a little bit, but they found thousands of Anglo-Saxon and jewelry and
Oh,
swords. Yeah.
Anglo-Saxon. I like Anglo-Saxons.
What is David say? I liked a little Latin once.
Oh, cool.
Nancy Barber wants to know if you have a link.
What, me?
Yeah. You don't.
Um,
You don't have to do that until I mean, you talk to them later, and you can feel comfortable later. You don't have to do that right now. I'm a little protective of people that come into my stream, um, and I know how hesitant you were talking to me and Troy, but then you warmed up and you were fine. And I think that's really great, especially um, across the ocean and really don't know people in the States. But I think she's curious about your accent and where you live, because
oh, it's fine. I just,
no,
well, I'm gonna have,
whatever you feel is comfortable to you. If it's no, it's no. That's it.
I've been in other streams with loads of Americans and
Uh-huh.
whatnot, and they've been like I told you in Troy stream, they were really horrible to me. They would put me down. So now when I come to live streams, I'm like, do they like me? Do they like me not? Should I leave?
I have a friend of mine who has been very anonymous to a lot of people. He's very knowledgeable about coins, but from the
Yeah.
very beginning, he actually showed his face, which is everybody's going, "You saw his face?" I said, "Well, yeah. Did I do something wrong?" He goes, "No, he never shows his face and this and that and the other thing." And he's very, I don't want to say anonymous, but very careful and very skeptical, um, in the most positive way I can say it. But uh, he, for some reason, people tell me, "Oh, he must really trust you a lot," and this and that. And I'm going, well, all I do is talk. I talk about things that are interesting to us. We don't talk about anything else. Personal things don't come up. I don't know. I just the way that's the way things are. I just want to make things comfortable so that we'll talk. I think that the art of conversation has gone by, for a long time, and then I got in discussions where people are very, very opinionated, and I listened. I don't agree with it. I tell them, but we still talk. I mean, that's when I hear the word discord. It sounds like opposition uh, camps. Where one is, well, in your terms would probably be labor versus um, the Lords or the Labor Party. You know, it's like
Yeah, the
that's
Labour Party versus the Tories. Ugh.
and the Tories. That's the one I was thinking about. And I've heard
Someone,
that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
someone, you know that guy from Ireland that I told you about, yeah?
Yes, you did.
He accused me of being a Tory member, and that's your guys's Democrats. The Tories are.
Oh, I see. I see.
They're very rich and very self-centered, and they don't care about the poor people and crap like that, you know? So he was basically accusing me of liking the rich party in my country, and I'm like, no, I'm just very passionate about my country, and if you don't like it, you can, go away.
See, I can disagree with someone, and I haven't had that bad of a reaction except for one time. And I don't like using inappropriate language, especially when it's, the F word. I mean, that I don't know why, it just irks me to no end. And it's very rare that I use language that's inappropriate or that bad. And I can show you my displeasure at what a person says that I don't agree with. I just don't go off the handle, being disrespectful, or doing respect to them, Um, I just learned to debate people in a certain way, and if they don't like the what's the word? They don't like the logic of it, then sorry, you're gonna have to learn somewhere other way to talk. But for the most part, I've had pretty pleasurable experiences on here. Other times, I have a blast.
I don't know. It's just I think I come across as very confident and opinionated, and I tend to go off of people if they're nasty to me. I just don't know how to handle it because,
Well, Americans can be brash. They can be brash. We tend to be a little bit vocal, but being from like what I call myself being tricultural is that I listen to a lot of people's difference of opinion. Hey, Mickey Robbins Banks, how you doing? Dimebag Darren says, I have an unveiling for you, Heck. Okay. I'll get that in a minute. Jessica Pullen, hey, how you doing? Very nice lady. But yeah, to me, also learning English, because English was my second language, I thought English was so harsh. Very, blunt, and Spanish is very fluid. It's very flowery, and we use like in English we use the word you. In Spanish, we have three different ways of saying ustedes, vosotros, nosotros, and vosotros. I know it doesn't sound different, but they're very different because you can't say to a person tu, which is tu, which is very informal. Where if a person you barely met, you're always supposed to use the word is usted, which is the higher form of respect and using the word. In English, we
Yeah,
don't have it.
a lot of people were saying they're from Canada and they're nice, and they are nice. I had a
Uh,
friend from Canada, right? And he was nice to me, but in the end, he manipulated me and used me, and he's not talking to me now, and he's blocked me on everything, and he's blocked me from his YouTube channel, and he's took me off as a moderator and stuff like that. So I'm
wow,
done.
that was kind of extreme.
Yeah, I haven't even done anything to him.
Huh. Was he being too forward with you or something or what?
Yeah, he kind of was. I mean,
Okay. It sounds like a bad boy's revenge.
yeah, he's in his 40s and stuff too, and I
Oh,
thought he
even
was
worse. It's even worse.
yeah.
It
I
doesn't
thought
know
he was
right.
I thought he was like my best friend, you know,
Mhm.
but he just I don't know.
I'm trying to read chat at the same time, and it's really difficult. Let's see. Good night to you and Joanne. Wow, that's was harsh. What was harsh? No hablo español, pero hablo japonés en un poquito. Mi esposa es japonés. Oh, I remember that. Don't know the rest of that one. Nihongo, Amari, let's see, my son, Nihongo. Oh, I don't know what that one is. I know the Spanish one. What he's saying? He's saying his wife is uh, he doesn't speak Spanish, but he speaks Japanese a little bit. His wife is from Japan, but I can't read the rest. I don't know what those words are. Seems thin skinned. Got his feeling. Oh yeah, he's talking about your friend in Canada. He found it buried. Hey, George, are you in here, George? I'll stick to French and English. Merci.
Who's talking about my friend from someone that said wow? Oh, I'm
Yeah, that he was being too immature.
oh, who said that? I missed it.
Dimebag at 10:08. He says seems thin skinned. He got his feelings hurt probably.
Oh,
Lemonson heads in here. He's pretty knowledgeable on him and Mike Badger. They're really good on coins.
that's so cool.
Jesse says that she agrees with Mike Badger. Hey George, there you are. Really found cool, I think, because somehow they took pride in their first tech. Was probably mad he used lost it. Jessica Pullen. I'm not sure what that means, but it's okay. So history. It seems like your favorite period is English Roman times.
Yeah, I like Celtics too. I like the Anglo-Saxons, and I'm gonna be straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Because I like the Anglo-Saxons and what the Norse did to the Anglo-Saxons,
Mm-hmm.
I'm very anti-Viking. I just don't like it. I've looked into the history, the human sacrifices, the brutality they did. It's just not nice.
Thanks for rating me, George. Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, I have a lot of friends that are, especially the Native Americans that were against the Vikings that came to North America before Christopher Columbus. Only because I think some of the tales that the Vikings were telling when they did come to America, it filtered through somehow in Europe. What's a widow's mite, Mike? And the other thing too, my favorite is Norse mythology and just a lot of the old, like the Greek mythology and
Okay, so you just said, oh, I have Native American friends that are not into Vikings, but oh, I like Norse mythology. Like,
yeah. Well,
sorry.
I'm sorry. It's just that someone else mentioned something there, and I just there's a lot of little different things of a history that filter into the United States because um, I keep hearing stories about all different types of countries that came here, like the Chinese came to Mexico on the western hemisphere, the western coast of Mexico, or the Russians that came to Northern California and Washington, Oregon, or the Chinese that immigrated from Russia into Alaska all the way down through um, North America. There's quite a few different stories I hear from the different times. Ooh,
Okay. I wonder if the Native Americans were very scared of the Vikings. I mean, they were scared of the Europeans.
there's tales of them, but nothing like wars or nothing like conquest.
Hmm.
I know that the English and the Spanish conquered the eastern United States and Florida. That was a contention. I know there's a large English influence in and French, depending what part of Canada you're from. Um,
Yeah.
you see, Native Warrior, I can tell you that he is. I'm not sure what tribe he's from, but he has a different viewpoint of history because they only taught us U.S. history, the good part. They never taught us the history that happened to the indigenous people.
Okay. So what does he think about history? Does he's not disliking the Europeans, is he? Or,
Well, I'll tell you one thing. There have been times where, when I was a kid, we celebrated what's his name, Christopher Columbus.
yeah.
It's not what they would say a popular idea nowadays because a lot of the Native Americans that I've heard from, and this is not representation of all Native Americans, but they say, how can you discover America when America was already inhabited? And the pandemic that came with the Europeans killed thousands and thousands of Native Americans because they weren't. Oops, I'll be back. I'm in conflict of interest. I'm 1/8 Mohawk, but very close to that grandma. 3/8 European, the other half is German. Wasn't my fault. You know, some I get that too. Welcome back.
Sorry, I clicked off it
No,
accidentally.
Joanne, don't apologize because it happens even to the best of us. Because I do the same thing on my phone and I do it all the time. I get knocked off. So don't apologize. That's very common. But it
Okay.
does happen. Um, wow, you're 8 hours ahead of me. So you must be, what, 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning over there?
6 o'clock in the morning now.
6 o'clock in the morning. Were you an early riser?
Yeah, so
Uh, that's okay. That's
um,
okay. I usually I'm up by 7 daily,
that's cool.
even though I'm
On
not
good
working.
days, I'm up at 6 or 5. On bad days, I wake up at 10.
Nancy Barber says good night to you.
Oh, good night.
Are you going to school right now, or are you working or at home?
Um, I'm going to how do you say it in the US? I'm going to college, I guess you could say. I don't know what you
Okay.
call that.
You're going to schooling. Yeah.
Schooling, yeah.
And good night, Nancy. Thanks for coming by. So what are you studying for? Are you getting your, like, we call the first 2 years of college our general ed. We get later, we would declare our major in our third year of college. Have you declared any specialty that you want to get into?
No, I'm just going to college just so I can get my studies and then I can go to get a history degree.
Ah,
So I'm not really interested in college. I'm just doing it so I can get a history degree.
well, get your degree because I tell you right now, If you can do research in history, there's a lot of companies that even in retail will ask, to carry on, because I didn't know history could be applied to like car companies and startups. Apple has their, when they first started, they have a person archiving all of their and cataloging materials, the equipment, documentation, the patents. That it's all been collected as history.
That's so cool. Yeah, I want to get my degree. Um, I actually want to be a historian on TV. That might be a bit extreme, but
No, what would that be extreme?
because I don't know. I saw this video of this one guy saying, "Oh, you see this historian, you see this TV channel. Yeah, they're satanic. You should stay away from him. He's gonna
Huh?
sacrifice all your children and stuff." And that was on a YouTube video. I'm like, really?
Well, we have some nice historians here right now as cataloging U.S. history, as in politics and government, and um, it just seems that there's always two sides to history. And the way I say it that way is because I remember one of my college professors would tell me, "Now there's history, and then there's history." And I didn't pick up on the language because it sounded like it said the same word both times. But actually, what he was saying was that there's a story that is told as the truth, or only the good side, or not the whole truth. So I can say almost definitely that, for example, um, I was in Texas, and there was a restaurant called the Hanging Tree. And I asked the waitress, "Why is this restaurant called the Hanging Tree?" And she goes, "Oh, you see that tree over there across the street in the park?" I said, "Yeah, that's where we used to hang people." "Excuse me? And you're proud of that?" And she goes, "Well, horse thieves and days of the West, we used to hang people for stealing horses." I have heard that before. And she continues telling the story, and the story goes on. And then as we go outside, we look at the placard where it says the Hanging Tree. On the placard, it said that it was historical, that over 90 documented people were hung on this tree, and they were all black. So I looked at, and the lady comes by and says, "Do you see our other tree?" And I go, "No, we have another hanging tree." I said, "Okay." It's around the corner. And I said, "Okay, why is there two trees for hanging?" And she said, "One is for blacks and one's for Mexicans." I said, "Are you kidding me?" That was freaky.
I didn't know they hanged Mexicans. I knew they hanged black people.
Oh, yeah. Here's the difference in certain parts of the country, especially if black slaves found their freedom and they escaped from their masters. They were given a bounty to capture, not kill. In some parts of the United States, and depending on what era and time, they would put a bounty of $10 or whatever the amount was on the bounty of a scalp on Indians, Native Americans. So they were dead cheaper, and blacks were given. And this sounds terrible, but that's what I heard from my history professors.
Damn. Look, I know there was slave hunters. Like, if slaves run away, there was like white men trying to kill them and that. I know
Mhm.
about that. But I didn't know that Mexicans and stuff like that were being treated that. I didn't. Yeah, I
Yeah.
just. I.
Good night, George. Thanks for coming in, man, and thanks for the raid too.
So, in a way, were the Hispanics slaves too, or not so?
No, they were called peons. Basically, it's a term that says they were lower than in social status. They were the lowest rung of the social status. There was the haciendas and the people that own the haciendas, and then there was the workers, and then there was the peons. Mostly there were Native Americans mixed with Spanish blood, or they were relegated to very low menial tasks and very low on the totem pole. Good night, Native Warrior. Thanks a lot. Yeah, the history has. I mean, I try to learn from history from both sides.
Oh yeah. Um. Do you want to know something else which is going to be shocking to you?
Yes.
Whites were actually slaves at one point too, not just the Irish, the British were. They were slaves to Arabs at one point.
Yeah, I thought they were. Well, the other thing too is that an indentured servant in the feudal times was considered a slave, but not termed that way because they could get out of it. Once a slave is always a slave, I guess, in certain terminologies of certain groups of people that you know. Clay, I think Spain did have slaves. The
Spain?
Moors, yeah, Moors were in Spain for 500 years, and I'm not 100% certain. I'm not even half certain, but I'm pretty sure the system. Oh, even the Hebrews, God's chosen people. I mean, for 5,000 years they were slaved. Yes, the Moors did conquer Spain. That's why the word "el" in Spanish is not a Spanish word. El is a Arabic for sir. You ever see the movie El Cid? Well, Charlton Heston, great movie about Spanish history. It's a little bit not history and a lot of it entertainment, but it's it's um it's a good movie. Joanna, are you into movies?
I like movies, yeah. Yeah.
Modern
Someone
or
said white people were hung as well. Yeah.
oh yeah,
Everyone.
horse thieves,
Mhm.
But the number of people that were hung for talking to a white woman was a silly offense. But I've heard people got hung for that.
Who got hung for talking to a white woman?
A non-white person,
Oh,
especially in the
dang.
United States. Oh yeah, there's there's um, there's plenty of documents and here in the states where people ignored in trial by jury, they ignored total evidence and they put the people in jail or hung them.
Mm.
But that's hopefully the past. But there are some things that they're discussing now as modern jurisprudence that a lot of people are hung because of the color of skin. That's why we have a lot of appeals on the basis of race sometimes.
Mhm.
But I think everybody has fault. It's just that once it's brought out, they don't want to say that their system is bad. You know, whatever country they come from. I mean, even the worst ones. I mean, Cuba, which is 90 miles off the coast of Florida, they were demonized for since Fidel Castro was in charge of the country, and people suffered under that regime because not because they were communists basically, and once the
Yeah.
Soviet Union broke down and they didn't have any more support, they really got to suffer, and the embargo um, continued. And I believe that if you give them more Western ways, which is bad to say, to influence the country, whatever country it is. I mean, we don't have really communists in the world except for Cuba, China, and North Korea. And if I'm missing somebody, somebody tell me if I'm missing somebody.
My kitten just came in.
You're what?
My cat.
Oh, you have a cat?
Yeah,
Didn't hear it.
kitten.
Oh, it's a small one.
Yeah, she's black. I would show her, but I don't think she'd like it, so.
I have a cat, but it's not mine.
Oh, you don't?
No, my son. It's my son. He owns a cat.
Oh, I see.
I'm into more raising Dobermans.
Oh
I like dogs, big dogs. Oh,
yeah.
somebody knocked someone over. Um, Joanne, would you mind if I put my face off because this glasses is really bugging me?
I don't mind. I don't.
Okay, there we go. That's more comfortable for me. Oh yeah, Darren has Chihuahuas.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, my neighbor across the street has 12 of them. Every time the fire department comes by or the ambulance, The dogs, there's like 12 of them that just go off. I'm going, oh my gosh. And it takes them a long time to quiet down too.
My cat is so cute.
Yeah, Pol Pot killed 3 million, but how many did Stalin kill? How many did Hitler kill? And how many did Mussolini?
Who is Pol Pot? I've heard his name
Pol
before.
Pot was a dictator in Cambodia back in the 70s.
Cambodia. Where's Cambodia then?
Cambodia is near Thailand and Laos and Vietnam.
Okay, that's why I haven't heard of it then.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like ice cream too. Milkshake's my favorite right now, especially in the hot weather. Lincoln. Here's a good buddy of mine.
Oh, cool.
Just W. I just missed you. How did I miss you? Yeah, history to me is fascinating because one individual can change the course of a lot of people's lives, and a lot of people's lives can be changed because they become a nation or a political system or a church, or it just fascinating how things evolve from an idea.
Do you know what's funny?
What?
Is that people say Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar the Great,
Mhm.
but they did genocide and everything just like Hitler. But we're not going to call Hitler great, are we?
Oh yeah, because it's not recorded history and the names of the people they lost. Like the other day, I was looking at my parish for the times of certain events were supposed to be happening, and I found a wall of pictures on their Facebook, and I saw a person's face, and their number was across their chest. He was what I was assuming before I researched it was he was a Jew in the Holocaust in Auschwitz. And from his number on his shirt, I was able to find out his name. And another priest, a person escaped from one of the camps, and the Germans were going to punish the Jewish inhabitants of the camp. And this priest jumped out in front and said, "No, I'll take his place. He has a family. He has a mother. He has a father, and he has a wife and children, and I'll take his place." And the priest took his place, and he was killed.
Oh, the priest.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
It was just fascinating that, and the man still lived until the 1970s.
but I thought the priest died.
Yes, but the gentleman he put his place of, he was still living.
Why did the Nazis kill the priest? I thought they liked Christians.
No, there was Catholics that were um, placed in Auschwitz and Birkenau and all those places there. As a matter of fact, there's a famous film clip where the children are being guided through this fence wire, and one of them was a Catholic nun, and her name was Elizabeth. I can't remember her last name right now at the moment. This is a while back I read it, but she was agnostic at one time, and then she became an atheist, and she came from a Jewish family, and she converted to Catholicism, became a sister. Really fascinating. I mean, I see things on movie clips, and I try to find out who was that person that was in the movie clip, and I find out. I don't know how I do it, but it does come out to be that way.
Okay, so what happened to that priest? Was he gassed or something?
Yes.
Oh, wasn't he a Catholic priest or
He was a Catholic priest.
where was that? Germany or?
That was at Auschwitz.
Oh my. That's funny because I saw a video that the Nazis liked the Catholics because the Catholics supported Nazism.
No, no. They supported him because they were afraid, or they believed. Remember, I was telling you a while ago that certain people believe in not being not Ku Klux Klan members, but they like the idea.
Yeah.
They like the philosophy, the ideology. Well,
Yeah.
that's the same thing that happened. I mean, Germany at once was mostly Catholic, and that's true. But there was also Lutheran. There was also Episcopalians. I think there was Episcopalians, but mostly Lutherans, like Martin Luther. If I remember correctly, even Hitler was an altar boy and also was Catholic. and I'm pretty sure he was trying to be an artist, but something changed his mind.
Yeah.
Seven Wonders, I think you're correct. But worldwide, there's not a real number that how many people died in World War II. I would say over 100 million.
Lovely.
Oh, then they see Darren Lowe would know that German Lutherans. Yeah. But you know the best thing about learning history is that if you don't learn history, it helps you not to repeat the past.
Yeah, didn't the Germans go under trial for killing loads of Jewish people? I think they did, didn't
There were
they?
Nuremberg trials. Yeah, it's on YouTube. I watched a few of those episodes. As a matter of fact, I met a person whose grandfather was one of the prosecutors of the German Nuremberg trials.
Okay, what did they do to the Nazis? Did they say you'll have life in prison or?
Well, depending on who it was, I remember Goebbels was hung. I remember what's his name, the Luftwaffe general, the second in command, Vice Führer. The heavyset guy. He committed suicide before he was hung. Many were hung, and some were given life terms, and some were given 25 years.
Why was Goebbels hung? I mean, I know he was like with Hitler and stuff, but
Oh, he was the propaganda, and he's the one that came up with the final solution,
the final solution to what?
killing all the Jews.
Oh, really? I thought Hitler came up with that himself.
I don't know if you have seen the book Mein Kampf. It means my struggle in German.
Yeah.
And it starts that idea, but I think Goebbels was the one that he's a propaganda minister, and he was the one that was able to formulate the final ideas, the how to go about it. I mean, even one of his top lieutenants killed his kids, his dogs, and his wife.
Yeah.
And his wife gave him cyanide to sleep, and they all died. Thanks,
Yeah.
Jesse Dade. Good night. Have a good evening.
How did they die? What?
Well, they committed suicide. I mean, the wife and the husband committed suicide, and they killed their kids.
Oh yeah, that was Goebbels, I think, wasn't it?
Probably. Goebbels, wasn't he the vice chair of the Luftwaffe? Was it Goebbels? I forget. There's so many names that were going through my head about who was.
There was one called there was the something angel, the angel of death or something in the Nazi camps. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up and see who was in the top leaders of the Nazi Party.
Yeah.
That was me. I made a mistake. See, I tell you, it's easy to do that here. Okay. Himmler, Heydrich, Mengele, Goebbels. Quite a few. Oh, geez. Adolf Hitler. Heinrich Himmler. He was the second in charge. Heydrich. Mengele was the doctor of angel of death.
Okay.
Goebbels was the minister of propaganda. Yeah, he was the one that I told you about earlier.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I don't like reading about this. I mean, in fact, I've got two coins. One was given to me by Sandhorter, the one that was here earlier, and it was a 1942, no, 43, the 43 Nazi coin. And I didn't feel right because my family had fought against, the three axis, the Japan, Italy, and Germany. And I thought about it, and I said, no, I'm gonna just keep it. And just then I make a big deal about it. But then I found another one was sent to me by he was in the room too, quasi.com. He said it to me. He said, "That's keep it for historical, value and that, just that, and not praising it, not just low key." And I started reading that thing too, and I'm going, "Wow!" Some of the things they did during like Night of Lights, when they uh, attacked most Jewish families and businesses and preventing them from working. That was really strange. But the propaganda um, was terrible about calling the not Japanese the
Thank you, thank you, Lincoln Central Coins. I do like my accent.
um, Herman Goering. That's the guy I was thinking about. Thanks, Darren. He was the one that committed suicide before he was hung.
Who, sorry?
Herman Goering.
Okay. Herman Goering. All right.
And, um, yeah, I read a few things about the English monarchy. One that was a German sympathizer, and I think it was he was the King of England. Who was the one that advocated for an American widow?
Hmm.
I'm sorry, divorcee. Hey, Darren, do you remember who that is? Who was the first man in space? A Russian, yeah. Yeah, he was. There's been some research done recently about how close this guy was, Edward, King Edward.
Edward. Okay.
Yeah, there was a few times he went to Germany because they're related too. The English monarchy is related to the German monarchy.
Yeah. Did you know that Mussolini he was on the Nazi side, and
Hmm.
he came back to Italy in a Nazis thing, and the Italians saw him and they were like, who's that? And then they found him, and then they put a gun to their back, and
Yeah, they killed him and hung him upside down with his mistress and a few other people of their entourage.
why did they kill him though? I mean, I thought they liked him, you know.
They did. They were called the brown shirts, and it was a part of fascism that it was growing in popularity at the time before World War II started with the United States. And I remember the same thing with the black shirts. And I don't know why they use those terminology for that. I haven't really gotten to that. But I know Mussolini was in light because he got into a war, and the ties with America, when they started invading Italy, their army wasn't well equipped. The Germans didn't really think they were a real army, even though they. You ever see the movie? Speaking of German and Italy, but they were colonists also. Italy landed in Ethiopia and other Libya and a few other spots along the Arabic um, world. And there was one guy by the name of Omar Ukhtar. He was a older gentleman. He was a teacher, and he fought against the Italians. And that was a movie with Anthony Quinn, and the movie is called Lion of the Desert, and it's based on his fight against the Italians to try to conquest his lands.
Yeah, the Italians they tried to take over Ethiopia, and Ethiopia didn't like it.
That's the reason why I like about history. It becomes a focal point of history made out of only because sometimes fact is stranger than fiction from what because I'm an English teacher, so I'm able to dig deep in the plot of what I think is the real reason why people act a certain way. I like watching people. I like watching how they react and their decisions. I like putting teams together. I'm also a baseball coach, and sports coach. So I like putting people together that work together as a team. So a lot of times, I see why people mix together and how they formulate ideas, countries, legislation, popular review, stuff like that. Yes, Mussolini was a fascist, and yes, he was a dictator.
Yeah, he was, because he had a fight when he was a little boy and he stabbed someone for it.
Well, we have gangsters here, like not like we have today, as in from foreign countries, but we had Capone, and we had let's see, who else do we have? Well, there's so many names. Las Vegas was built on the idea of free legal gambling, and that was from the mafia days. Bugsy Siegel. Um, Geez, there's so many things that I don't understand. People don't seem to have. They're cooped up in the house. They have means of talking to people across the world, to exchange ideas, to talk, to cement better idea and understanding. Like I love talking to people from across the world, especially if they speak a language that English is their foreign language to us. I mean, that's great. I mean, I talked to a person in Austria, and his English is great, you know, but we don't teach language like they do in Europe. Um, I know one of my friends that used to live here in town moved to Barcelona, and her Spanish is great. It's just that she has that funny theta instead of saying seta, like the way we say it in Spanish here in California. She says theta, like there's no Z to it. So I'm just fascinated by language and culture, and it's great if they speak Spanish, great if they speak English, and a lot of Europeans speak English. And I was really surprised that most of our my countrymen in the United States don't speak a second language.
I'm still here.
It's okay.
I've met a lot of Swedish people, and they just seem off to me because my experiences, like I haven't had good experiences with Swedish people. They just seem off, rude, distant.
Hmm. I have a friend. See, I'm trying to figure out. Swedish is not the same as Norwegian. That's two different countries. So I'm trying to remember what country he's from. I think he's from. Which ones are called Dutch? The Netherlands.
Yeah.
His name is Dutch Silver Pirate, and he seems to be a very friendly foe. I mean, he's not anything different. Now, I do know there are people that I've talked to here in the States. They become citizens of the States, but their thinking is still from the country they're from. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Example: person that I know became a citizen, but they haven't become Americanized because they're still thinking from the original company. That's not how it's done, but they haven't learned to adapt to American ways the way it's done here.
Mm-hmm.
So they're still attached to the old ways. Okay, Dimeback, help me out with this. Is Swedish Dutch? Is that a different country? Is Swedish not known as Dutch? In other words, what country is from Holland? Okay. It's like most Americans don't say they're German Americans. Most Americans don't say they're Irish Americans unless they have a distinct cultural link from each generation passed on to the next generation. But most Americans don't consider me American, but they do call me Mexican American or Hispanic American, which is a very broad term. Hispanic can be anything from Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, most of South America, the Caribbean, because the Hispanic was Hisparia, which is from Spain, was the peninsula. I mean, this is my understanding. I'm not sure if everybody agrees to it, but you know, Hey, I know something. Darren, you're a Canadian American. You know why? Because you're in North America.
I'm just gonna say this.
Uh,
Can I just say this?
sure.
I think Italians are really hot, and I got excited when you said you had an Italian friend. I'm like, ooh.
You know, it's funny that you used to say that because I distinguish um, hotness as in intellect and their culture and their way of dress. I find people more attractive based on their confidence in themselves, the way they dress, and it doesn't have to be flamboyant. I mean, there's some. I'm gonna put it this way: the conversation came up. One of my friends, who's barely in his 20s, he
Right.
was having issues with dating because he doesn't seem to have a handle on. He's always a break. In other words, he's always breaking up with somebody, always.
Who was his
And
name?
he goes, "What am I doing wrong?" I said, "I have no idea. I'm not dating you." He laughs at me. He says, "No, I'm serious." I said, "What are you doing? I mean, what do you talk about?" And he started talking about himself only. I said, "Oh, well, no wonder. That's if you talk only about yourself, or she talks about herself only, it's a turnoff. Find other interests, something that boosts both your conversation skills and your interests. And um, it just depends. I mean, I think a lot of issues that come up is because incompatibility. So I'm assuming you're single and not dating anyone. You personally don't have to answer.
Ooh.
I'm not waiting for an answer. I'm just looking at my coin. I just picked it up right now. I thought something strange on it.
I'm
It's,
a fat,
it's
I'm a
English.
fat Canadian.
Excuse me?
Someone said I'm a fat Canadian.
You don't sound Canadian.
No. Someone said they were a fat Canadian.
Oh, that's Darren.
Oh,
He said that. I'm actually holding a sixpence in my hand. 1960. Yeah. I don't know. It's funny because I don't know if it's true or not, but I hear a lot of dating issues with younger folks. It's complicated, but really, rich is sexy. Oh, yeah, I've seen some really sexy ladies or sexy gentlemen that hang on to an old fart. Still have something to show you that. Okay, he wants to show me something.
okay. Lemonhead Manny. She could have one eye and no teeth, but if she's rich, put me.
Put me in coat. I don't know anybody like that.
Ooh.
Well, I don't. How should I put this? I don't take physical inventory on anyone. One of my friends was saying there was a girl who was in very small exercise clothing, and she was not a heavy person, but she was, um, trying to work it off. And I thought, hey, that's great, But he made a comment and said, look, she shouldn't be showing that. And I said, well, if she's so comfortable and she's trying to lose weight or whatever she's trying to do, get healthy.
I'm I'm kind of surprised that Lincoln said I had a sexy accent. It's made me feel very good now.
Oh, well, then good then.
I don't think the British accent is sexy, but who knows?
Okay, okay. Well, then there's a term they use for a certain accent in England. What is that word? Cockney? Is that, am I saying
Cockney
it right?
accent, yeah. A Cockney accent, yeah. Yeah, I've got a nice accent.
Where's that from? Is that like in
I think it's from like London. I don't know. I don't know where that Cockney accent is from. I really don't.
there
I'll
you
have
go.
to look it
He
up.
got it right. Is it because of an influence of another culture, another language, or what? Or is it just brought out from um, a section of town that has that accent?
Yeah, I have no idea, dude.
Because I know there's a similar sounding in Mexico City, and they call that what do they call that? Distrito, which means district of Mexico. But there's a small area of Mexico that talk very low to very high within the same words, and it's very distinctive. If you heard it, you recognize it right away. It's slang more than ancient. Benny Hill, I think he's a comedian, isn't he? East of London. Oh, I saw bartenders in England uh, where he had it was a series, I guess, and I just happened to pop into it, and it says it's pretty crazy. Um, I guess that's how all bartenders, not bartenders. What do you call the guys in the front door that they don't let people in unless they're sober or whatever? Oh, geez, I lost the word. I said it a while ago. I know I did. A rhyming where words mean the same, but only because they vaguely have a sonic similarity. Pickney blender. Blinder. Pickney blinder? Boy, I'm lost now. Love the Benny Hill chase scenes. Yeah, you can do it then, but I don't think you can do this nowadays, other than the Me Too movement.
Who's David again? Because I think Lincoln said exactly David with a laughy face. I don't know what they were talking about though.
David is an American. Dimebag Darren Lowe is Canadian. Lemon
Right.
is south of me in California. David
Yeah.
Seven Wonders is in North Carolina.
Oh,
Uh,
cool.
I'm not
Where's Lincoln from then? Is he American Italian or
who's that.
the I can't remember. What's the username?
As far as I know, none of them are Italian.
Okay, Lincoln Central Coins. I don't know. Someone said they were Italian or whatever. Maybe they got confused. I don't know.
Let me see. Let me look up a little bit. Benny Hill, Courtney, 20-year-old Hector or a long-time married Hector? Long time. Pulse. Oh, Darren says he's a fat Canadian. David said he's an ex. No, maybe. No, let me go a little further up. Swedes and Danish assimilate. Swedish to describe the Dutch from Holland. Nope, I don't see anything about Italian yet. Oh, Seven Wonders said I have a very close Italian friend. He kissed me on the forehead. I've seen The Godfather. Yeah, that's a kiss of goodbye when they kiss you in the forehead. I make spaghetti and eat pizza, but not Italian.
Oh my god. That's funny.
I didn't know W can even cook. Mike says he's a ridge runner, even though his leg's one shorter than the other.
Yeah. That's so fun. I'm human. Oh my god. Oh,
Oh,
your chat is so funny.
no, thank you. It's not me, it's them. I'm surprised they're so active right now with 12 people in there. Lemonhead says he's and male. Oh, I don't think you spelled that right. Mind your P's and Q's means put your pints and quarters straight out of the pub. Native American. Oh, Seven Wonders says Native American. Wow, you're a Pro 2A guy by chance. All the cool people. You know something? This is not the most I've had in here. I've had up to 30 people in the room. That's what I call what we're doing now is the room.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I have a question to ask. Is there a lot of unemployment in England? Because I keep hearing a lot of people are out of work, but they don't give any numbers.
Yeah, there is.
Is it mostly younger or older people?
I would say younger in my experience. I have a friend from England and he lost his job and he's got a job now, but he lost his and he was really sad about it and stuff like that.
I was wondering because we have a lot of Europeans coming from not of the COVID thing, but before the COVID, we had a lot of people from almost all over the parts of the world coming here.
Scott, Irish, Italian, all good. What?
Scottish, all good. I think anybody's all good.
There's no English in England anymore.
You're right.
Well, what they mean by that is England's been invaded by the Muslims, so like the Spanish got invaded by the Moors, but the Moors are invading England. That might be a bit of a nasty joke to say, but I feel that way, so
Hmm. It's just like all of our 7-Elevens are owned by Indians. And I said, well, why don't you buy them? Oh, I don't want to work there. Okay. Well, if you don't want to work there, it's just like, I don't know if you know a guy by the name of Colbert. He's a comic and a talk show host here in the United States. And this is before the 9/11. I'm not before 9/11. This happened before the COVID, where the airlines were shut down so that people wouldn't come from all over parts of the world because they couldn't get stopped the COVID. And he went to the fields, and there was 500,000 jobs. No, I'm sorry, 300,000 jobs in California through all the growing seasons of all the states in the Western Hemisphere, and they couldn't find enough Americans to come work it. He went out there to work one day. He couldn't make it past the hour because the work was so hard. But there's 300,000 jobs in working in agriculture. You can't get people to work for that job. So sometimes it's availability and what you're willing to do. I mean, what I don't like is when I call up an American company and I get somebody from another country and their English is so bad, I have to hang up because I don't understand them. American native ones trying to get into the range that's halfway between us and 20 miles each. Hey, Luke Duke, how you doing? Yeah, there's a lot of things going on that like they call well, it's a term of assimilation. They don't become British because I should say American myself because they think they shouldn't talk to accept us because they want to use our work. There's a movie called A Day Without a Mexican. It's a really funny movie, but at the same time, it drives the point that when the person's not there, not doing their job, who's to fill it in? And I take it because everybody would like to see America be America, or Canadians be Canadians, and Mexicans be Mexicans, and Lithuanians be Lithuanians. Oh, you know who's paying their people to have more children? Hungary. Hungary is paying them to have Hungarian children by Hungarian citizens by buying them a new car. And then they get a stipend for every child they have. It was on 60 Minutes. You ever see that? Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're in England. You probably won't see 60 Minutes in your country.
No, we don't.
60 Minutes is a national investigative and news reporting program that's been on for 50 years, and it's very well
Yeah.
respected. And they dig in deep into a
Can I
subject.
say something?
Sure.
They did an episode on Liam Neeson, but I can't find it, which is really depressing me.
The actor
Yeah, they did an episode on him, and I can't find it.
on what channel?
I don't know what channel, but they did a Good Morning. No, not a good. No, yeah, 90 Minutes episode of Liam Neeson stuff. So
On 60 Minutes or another program?
60 Minutes.
Here, let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
Because there's a main channel that's 60 Minutes that I belong to, but I should have it here, but I don't. Let's see. Okay, 60 Minutes. Australia. Oh, that's not what I want. Don't want 60 Minutes in Australia. 60 Minutes. Yeah, I am subscribed to it. Let's see, go there. And then go to the channel. Liam is spelled Liam.
Yeah, just type in Liam Neeson 60 Minutes on Google or something. I'm sure it will come up. Hold on, let me do that. Because I
I found
saw a
it.
clip.
It only gives it was 6 years ago, and it's only a minute and 13 seconds.
Oh, was it just like an interview or something then, or
I think it was an intro,
an intro?
which means they'll do a little snippet to get you interested in the rest of the program.
Yeah,
Let me
but
see, let me see what Darren wants to show me. Darren, you still there? Taken was a good movie. Yeah, it was. But Taken was also Taken, Taken 2, and Taken 3. I hated it when they killed his wife. I won't tell
yeah,
you what though. Clickbait. Oh. Watch bait? Dip clickbait? What? On that one little thing? I'm trying to see if Darren's still in the room. Dimeback Darren Lowe, are you still in the room? So, what do you normally watch at home? Joanne?
what'd you say?
I asked her, what do you normally watch at home?
Oh, history stuff. Sorry, I'm looking up some.
Well, that's
There's I can't find the episode, but there's an article on him like talking about it, so I'm looking into it if that's all right.
no, that's all right. In the meantime, I want to see what Darren wants to show me. You know, the one program I haven't gotten into was Downtown Abbey.
Hmm.
Big Brother? I never watched Big Brother. As a matter of fact, I don't even watch The Bachelorette or The Bachelor. I don't see how one guy or one woman can date 40 guys and one guy, date 40 girls. Most girls would not put up with one dating another. Most guys won't even date that. No, they would. Just they wouldn't tell anybody. $11 people. Wow. What time is it? Been on for an hour and 35 minutes. Awesome. TV poison. TV is poison. Oh. Well, if TV is poison, what do you think the internet is? Pure propaganda? I don't think it's propaganda because it wouldn't happen in real life. cut the cable about 6 months ago. Got HD Air TV. Only turn on some quiet shows to fall asleep. Yeah, I do that when people are arguing on YouTube. Oh, Joanne, if anyone gets rude with you, just tell me, and I'll. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna make you a mod.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
I'll make you a mod. So if they get rude with you, you can just click them.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
my God, that's so funny. That an article called him Liam Neeson. Like they forgot the N. It's so funny. Oh my God.
No, it happens. A typo? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, it's a typo. They called him Liam Neeson. It's Neeson, really.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You'd be surprised how many Americans, if it's an article written in English, American English, there's
Yeah.
always been phonetic spelling instead of correct spelling.
How was it hard to spell the name Neeson? It's one N, two E, and the sun bit. You know.
Joanne, I'm not giving them excuses. I'm just telling you how Americans listen. They don't listen very well. Can you put hi in the chat so I can put your name on?
Yeah. Sure. Hold
Okay.
on.
So I can put
Yeah.
the mod.
I'll look at the article later. Sorry.
No problem.
He's my favorite actor, and I got engrossed. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was catching up on my chat anyway.
Oh my God. I'll have to leave and come back. Is that okay?
Sure.
I can't. Yeah. Wait. Stupid. Hold on. Yeah, stupid phone. Will you not let me? Oh, I'm mad.
That's because the phones do what you tell them to do, but it's in all good time sometimes.
I clicked on the article and it won't let me come back in. Could you kick me out so I can come back in? Is that all right?
Okay. Yeah, I tried writing that way in my papers, especially when you say not neighbors, but what's the other word you used? There's another word they used. How about now?
Yeah, that's good. So,
Okay.
should I put hi in a private chat because I can't put it in the comment?
It has to be in. No, it's not going to show your link, right? It says it's going to show Joanne, right?
Yeah, I think it will.
Okay. That's fine. Let me
I
go
just
back.
put hi in the private chat. No one's talking anymore. Is everyone gone?
No, there's still. There's 12 people. They're still talking. Even Dimeback says I gotta go handle something, but do want to show. Okay, go ahead and take care of that, Darren. I'll get back to you. Sam Wonder says, well, for silly reason, we have at least 4 different pronunciations for the letter A. Apple. And no, still the same. What 4 ways of saying it? Hi, Joanne. Demonhead says, talk. I'm asleep. David, you're hardly ever asleep. Oops. Yeah. I got a chance to win $5,000. Yeah, right.
I can't believe you're going to make me a moderator already, and I just met you tonight. I feel honored.
Well, I'm pretty good at jug a character, and it's easy to take it off, so that's not a problem.
Yeah, you know I'm not going to be a B word,
No.
right?
Mm-mm.
Like I told you in Troy's stream, I've been nasty to people, they've been nasty to me, and on streams, and it's just been a big mess, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and they didn't do history or anything, so I didn't like them much, you know.
Right.
Anyway.
Well, it's the time that we had Troy, Greg, the one was in the stream earlier, myself and Rich, we had such a good conversation that I think we took a long. Well, it was Troy's stream, and we came in secondary after Greg Ola was on, and it stretched to 4 hours.
That's so cool.
And we had nothing really in common. I mean, I would say to an extent we had some commonality. It's just that we kept on stumbling on new subjects to talk about and expanded. That's what happened.
That's cool. Now, the people that I used to watch, all they do is bully people or just talk about random stuff about, like, there's this one guy called Bulldog's House, and he's so fake, literally so fake.
It won't let me do that in chat. It has to be in YouTube, but we can do it later. There's no problem. I'll just monitor what the people say, and if I time them out, I'll time them out. It's no big deal.
Oh, sorry. You wanted what did you want? You wanted me to.
Are you also on YouTube with our channel right now?
I'm just in StreamYards.
Okay, then you can't do it then. We'll just keep it for right now. But
Okay.
I'm looking at your videos, and I'm looking at your playlist where you're doing Mysteries of the Bible.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not understand what is male cases. Oh, you like murder mysteries, right?
Yeah, and it's historical murder mystery, so it's like and stuff.
Well, I've got one for you.
Ooh,
It was a famous Hollywood issue, and hasn't been resolved in 50. No, this is 1940s. They call her the Black Dahlia. I'm going to give you those two names. The Black Dahlia.
You don't have to tell me anything. I know all about that case.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came across it one time because my uncle used to. Well, he says he used to date Natalie Wood, and she was a famous actress in the United States, and he was a singer in Las Vegas for a few years, and somehow it just came about that he heard the story from Natalie Wood's side of the story. So I kind of have my doubts and skepticism about it, but he knew a lot about what he said. I don't know if he read it. I don't know if he was he knew about the investigation.
Right,
But
what did he say?
normally, basically the same things of where she was found, how she was found, what happened to her, how was she killed.
Did your uncle really date Natalie Wood, or is that just?
I don't know. It's possible because they're about the same age. If she had lived to this day,
You won't believe it. You won't believe it, but Liam Neeson dated a British actor called Helen Mirren, and he was just an actor coming up.
Yeah, I remember her in the Red movie and the Red 2 movie.
Yeah, she dated Liam Neeson when she was younger, and she was
As
already.
a matter of fact, I saw her on Colbert's show, and she walked up to him and just flattened a big old kiss on him right at the opening of the introduction. She came across the stage, laid a big one on his face, and he just stood there. He was shocked. But I guess that's how she is. I mean, she seems to be a dame of the realm, but she even at her age, she's very, very appealing.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but she's like the British Madonna in my eyes.
Really?
Attention seeking. She does a lot of sexual scenes. She's done a lot of sexual scenes.
Well, if that's mild, I hate to see what the craziness she can do. Hector,
guess what? She did cocaine at parties and everything. And she said that herself.
Wow. Well, was she ever married and remarried and married and remarried?
I think she dated Liam Neeson for a while and probably had some other boyfriends, but she married an American director, I think. And she's been married to him since.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, he's not, for Helen Mirren. He's not very attractive. No, he's not attractive. I'm like, oh, I thought she would have a attractive husband, but he's not very attractive.
Well, I'll take
Maybe.
your word for it right now. I wouldn't say most men are attracted to me.
Hmm. She's 70 something, and she does look okay, but it's just ugh.
It's,
She
okay.
reminds
You
me
have
of,
your standards.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know what was that movie I saw the other day? Um, it had to do with suits and Secret Service. I mean, not Secret Service, MI6 and or something like that. What was it? Oh, geez, I just saw it the other day, and it was a pub scene where the Secret Service agent walked in and he couldn't get. He went the door, locked the door, and he fought against six of the local yokels, and then he recruited somebody else, and they had the same situation, and he went to the door and locked the door for the pub, and then he went back and fought the six guys and defeated them all because of his training. I forget the name of the movie,
Did you know Helen Mirren was in a film that I love?
which is
The Prince of Egypt. She was playing an animated Egyptian queen, and I didn't even know it was her
her
because the
voice
voice
only.
was
Huh?
different. What do you say?
No, I was wondering. It was voice only, probably in animation, right?
Yeah, and her voice sounded so different. She probably put an American kind of accent on.
Oh, does this sound? Does this is it easier to do an English accent for an American, or do you think it's harder for an English person to speak with an English accent, American accent?
I think it's easier for someone to do an American accent than it is for an American to do a British accent because you can tell they're faking a British accent. No offense.
No
You can,
offense,
yeah, you can just tell.
because here's the funny thing. I know you probably don't speak Spanish, but there is such a pronunciation. Oh God! Sometimes when I watch a program and they use a Spanish actor, but it's not a Mexican actor, and they were in Mexico doing a telenovela, and the guys from Cuba or Venezuela or Puerto Rico, and there was a movie called with Howard Sayek and the guy from Friends. There was a movie where everybody spoke Spanish, and you can tell they're all, Latinos, but you can tell which ones weren't. They didn't match the culture. It was just funny. It's like for me, it's like fingers on a chalk. So when I hear someone speaking with an English accent, I can't tell the difference. But I can tell when a person speaks a foreign language and tries to speak the language that the movie is supposed to be based on. It sometimes doesn't fit. It just sometimes I just have a hard time there.
Yeah, I can't speak Spanish, and I've had quite a Latinas and this one Latino be very just nasty to me, and I'm like, really?
Online or in person?
Online.
Oh, okay. I don't see why that's necessary.
Mm.
I guess it's just the way things are.
I guess it's just because I'm white, and maybe the woman felt that I was a threat to them, and or something.
Oh, shoot. My ex girlfriends, I remember in college, that if they were immature or, and I mean girlfriends as them being my friends and female.
Yeah.
And I remember one is a situation where this one older, she was only 2 years older than I am. And she was talking to me, and we're at a sorority party. And the one I came with, all I was doing talking, and it was talking about school, the classes, and I had a class with her. And the girl I took with me at that time, when we went home, she was so catty. I couldn't believe, what is wrong with you? Why are you mad? Oh, you were talking to her. Well, yeah, that's all I was doing, was talking. Yeah, but you were talking, close. I said, because it was loud. The music was loud. We couldn't hear each other. There was no flirtation in it. It didn't matter. It was just a threat in her eye that I didn't know that was the deal.
Oh.
Oh well.
Yeah. I met a guy from England in his 40s and he's had like a lot of relationships, but they all broke up. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I just get the vibe that he's an asshole to all his women and he doesn't treat them right and shit like that. No wonder he has no relationships anymore. No wonder he only has relationships for a few months or what not.
Well, that would probably be something that your gut's telling you is the truth. Yes, Seven Wonders. I did read it.
What do you mean the gut's telling me the truth?
You know how you got a funny feeling sometimes something's wrong?
Yeah.
That's what I mean by gut feeling. Maybe your senses are not picking it up like it's in your face, but it's more like very low in observation. Maybe it's very subtle. Maybe you can take words two different ways or three different ways. Maybe something's telling you that this guy's not a cool dude.
Yeah, because I had an argument with him. He blocked me. He added me back. It was okay, and then he blocked me, and I'm done with him.
Block him back.
Hmm?
Block him back.
What do you mean? Oh yeah, I did block him back. I
Okay,
did.
good. All right. He'll regret it.
He was from. Can I swear or not?
Yeah.
He was from fucking England too.
Being uncouth has no boundaries nor limitations.
Huh?
In other words, it means that a person acts and you have a feeling that there's something wrong with him or something that you don't like about it. Sometimes it doesn't matter where he comes from and where he's from. Sometimes that is an issue. It's a personality that's something that you may not carry for.
Oh yeah.
And believe me, I mean, my sister was dating somebody, and I don't hate to say this, but she was dating someone I told myself it's not going to last. And sure enough, her kids are gone, and her ex-husband now is no longer around. And I don't want to tell my sister I told you so. You know, that would be bad for sibling rivalry or sibling to get along with. But I told her, you know, maybe you should think about it. What do you mean? You think I make a good choice? I said, I didn't say that. I said you should really think about it. I mean, I saw things and I didn't hear anything bad. I just thought it was a bad match, and it was just a simple gut feeling. And
Yeah, I mean, that guy from England, he was either sweet to me, but he would mostly get uncomfortable, and mostly like when he drunk, he would be an asshole, and he would be an asshole anyway, and I'm like, I'm done. Like I literally told him the other day, I'm like, you can be an asshole most of the time. And he's like, shh, and I'm like, and I thought to myself, well, no, because you're a fucking asshole, and I'm out of here.
well, after this, did he ever call you a name that you didn't like a
Yes,
nickname, or did he?
he called me dumb once when I didn't do anything
No.
wrong. He just said, "Oh, you're pretty dumb, hey." And I'm like, "Excuse me? I just asked something about Google." And he's like, "What are you for?" and stuff like that. And I'm like, "Wow."
Well, um, the one thing I will say about today's men and girls, or men and women, I should say, um, the courtesy wasn't there. I remember in high school that I went to, well, the year before it was an all boys school. It was an all boys Catholic school. The following year it became co ed and it was a Catholic school. But we had very strict rules about engaging in talk with the fairer sex. I mean, to me, women are not weak, but the way they taught us and the way they thought we should speak to them and how we should treat them was more on the fair minded of them being more gentle with. And I remember my first dance that we went to, the guys in my class had to wear gloves.
Hmm.
Yeah. And I to this day, I think that was cool. Before I thought, oh, come on, this is 1970 something. Why should we be wearing gloves with girls? And I thought about it for years after I had my children. I'm going, that was not a bad idea. It shows respect.
He
It
was
shows.
not he was not rich. He just he showed me a picture of, I'm gonna be honest. He showed me a picture of himself, and I was just like to myself, because he was being an asshole to me before. I'm like, all right, I'm only liking you for your looks, mate. I'm not interested in your personality. So I was just using him for his looks. I'm not gonna lie, but he doesn't know that.
Uh-huh.
I just thought he was cute. That's it. I wouldn't do anything with him.
Maybe he's relied on his good looks instead of his personality, his God-given gifts, and one of them is his cuteness.
Hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of guys that I know that really, and I have to say this to the girls too, or the women, I should say. If they feel themselves to be more attractive than their substance of their thought and speech, sometimes they rely on one thing, and sometimes it doesn't come out to be a good thing, and sometimes it does. It just luck of the draw. But so is everything else. You have to take a risk.
Right. I met him online on an app, and he seemed cool. So I'm like, I'm gonna add him, and he was cool. And then we had an argument in July, and then like I told you now, and I just like, I'm just done. I can't be with men like this. Otherwise, I'm gonna start hating the male gender, you know,
Mhm.
and I don't want to do that, because not all guys are bad.
Well, there's plenty of them out there.
Yeah.
They kind of forget. I don't know. I don't know what's with this generation, and I'm saying this including myself because um, a lot of how should I say this? A lot of guys are not spoken to by their fathers how to respect or even to deal with women in a platonic manner. And I've been in situations where I have had to counsel girls and boys in my schooling because I'm a teacher of 13-year-olds and up to 18. And a lot of them have questions about things they would never ask their parents or ask their friends because the information sometimes give isn't appropriate, or I should say, the correct way of doing things. And I tell them, what's the rush? I mean, you're only 13 years old, you're only 12 years old, you're only 16, you're only 17. I always tell my students all the time, wait until you finish college. And I know it's a long time, but sometimes it saves a lot of issues that are happening between the time. Um, in this area, California was considered one of the highest teen pregnancies in the United States, and there's a lot of pressure on girls and a lot of pressure on boys to do the things they should wait for, and not because it's wrong, and it's not because it's just the consequences and the things that happen afterwards that either they regret or something happens. Like I had a student one time counting his money, and I told him to put his money away because it's time for class and you need to finish your assignment. He was 15 years old. He had a 2-year-old baby and one on the way, and he was counting his money so he can go and buy milk at the grocery store at 15.
Dang.
I know. And then I hear subjects like, I coach sports. One of the sports I coached was softball.
How did you know he had babies if he was a
He told me.
student?
He told me. He
Did he?
told me. Well, he told me the reason why he's counting money, and he was in what we call alternative classes. Alternative classes are for students were special needs, and he couldn't stay at school all day because he had to work in the afternoon, so that he could make money for the needs of his child, and because it was court ordered.
What's called on, do you mean?
I'm sorry.
What's a court order?
Juvenile court tells him that he has to be in school and has to be working, and and he has to maintain a certain grade level.
Okay. But having kids at that age, I mean, I know women can get pregnant, but geez.
Well, the responsibilities of both.
Yeah, I met a guy from England. I think he was in a gang, and he had like a woman who was 16, and I think they have kids and everything together. It's so ugh. I can't imagine even trying to have being pregnant at 16, you know?
Well, it's all history. I mean, think about anything that you do, any decision you make, it's your history. Just like I was telling you about. Remember what I was telling you about how different and difficult it is to figure out why a country does a certain thing or why people do certain things. And sometimes it's a population that dictates, like for example, oh, the Pilgrims. They came over here because of the problems they had with, religious freedom. That's one of the things that they brought them to America, and they were English.
Mm-hmm.
But the issue is that everybody has the same kind of distinction between what's history and what isn't. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but to me, it just sounds like everybody makes the same decision. And if they are in a group, then it becomes a movement. And when the movement becomes a movement, it becomes a decision. They leave the country or they don't leave the country. They either. Oh, thanks you, Miss Nite. I wish I had a wrench. You know something? That's a good idea. I don't usually put anybody in because I'm not hardly ever on. Where is it? Where is he? Okay. Seven Wonders is. I know Seven Wonders was. Darren, where are you? There you are. I'll make him a wrench.
Okay, people are getting uncomfortable. They're telling us to do this in private or something.
I'm not worried about that because we can go back to talking to history. It's no problem there.
Yeah, we were just talking about life too. I mean,
Yeah, what happens? I mean, it's not like we're detailing private issues. Let's see.
yeah.
Let's see. Where are you?
I actually watched a documentary on the Puritans tonight.
The Puritans?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Okay, now you got me interested.
Yeah.
And that was the same thing I was talking about. And the thing is also Martin Luther King, from when I was named after Martin Luther, the Revolution, the guy who did the Proclamation. But I don't remember him ever being. I remember him being excommunicated, but he was defending the church on the supposed to be on not so much the doctrine, but as much as the corruption within the Catholic Church at that time.
Yeah, and he got like, yeah, but the Catholic Church, it kind of still is corrupt because they do the R word to children and
Oh,
shit like that.
have you ever heard of the Panama Papers or the Paradise Papers?
What's that?
It's a way of where people in the world, the richest people in the world, hide money, and the monarchy of England is one of them. Bono is another. That's the same two people, and I know that there's Americans in the United States that are very prominent. I haven't read them at all. I just read certain excerpts from the internet. So I'm researching right now. So I can't say with great latitude, but the names that popped up that I kept in my mind was Bono, and the other one was the royal family. But I can't remember. But there was plenty of Americans, plenty of Italians and Germans and Spaniards and African dictators and you name it. It's just like the Swiss bank. They don't they don't mention who's in their roles. But there's a lot of American companies. Like the biggest thing that right now they're talking about is like Amazon and Google and Microsoft and Apple. They're saying they're not paying their fair taxes, and they said that they want to raise taxes, but not on the people that are working, but the people that have large corporations and companies that haven't paid a cent. Because it isn't so much they do pay taxes; it's because at the end of the year, have they paid their fair share, and do they have a net zero on their taxes.
Yeah, I think people are getting a little bit uncomfortable, but not in the mean way. They're not telling me to get off the stream and
No, they're defending our conversation. They're not.
oh,
The person that said that we should go to private, I don't think he's here anymore. As a matter of fact, Midnight Silver Run helped me out by timing the guy out for 300 seconds too.
oh, that's good.
Yeah. So back to history. Now, when you were talking about the Puritans.
Can I just tell you my opinion on them?
Sure.
So my friends are positive. My friends are Protestant. Sorry about that. I do that when I can't think of things.
Uh-huh.
Brain fart.
That happens all the time. You gotta see me at 64.
So anyway, yeah. So my friend was telling me she's Protestant too. She was saying I don't really like the Puritans because they hanged people for being witches and blah blah blah. But I'm like, bruh, you got to understand they're from my country. They were facing persecution. Like, what were they supposed to do? Like,
Was it the Puritans that also did the Salem witch trials?
yeah, I think they did it too.
Yeah, that's probably because that was a kind of a stain in American history for most Americans, because most of them were saying that they were Satanists and they were hearing voices and they were doing witchcraft on people that were limited to in their, because I think most of them weren't scientific; they were more theological. So they prayed. Hey, Silverman, how you doing? Were more fearful that well, in those days, I'm assuming that they were fearful of the Satanism, and witchcraft was associated with that. Even though some cultures, the alchemists in Europe were famous about trying to make lead into gold, and the gunpowder that was brought over from China, and I think they mixed the two together to they were afraid, and fear drives a lot of people bad. Which really, what I think of the Protestant reform was when King Henry VIII defied the church for not granting him the divorce. Because I actually saw, I did not know that Anglicans did the sign of the cross, like Catholics do.
The Anglicans what?
Anglican church.
Yeah.
Because I saw, what's his name with the ears? Diana's husband's name. Prince Harry's the dad. No, Prince Harry's the son.
Charles.
Prince Charles. Yeah. He in front of his, because my wife is a big Diana fan, Prince Diana fan, and when he was in front of the coffin, he actually did the sign of the cross in front of the coffin, and so did her sons. So I thought that was, I never realized that. King Henry just needed to justify his divorce. Well, he made himself king of what is it, the Church of England? Yeah. They spread rumors to ostracize women 8 times. Well, I've never really got into reading. I just read it from the outside, especially during Halloween. Wait a minute. Does England have a time of Halloween in your country?
When's the time of October?
October 31st.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was called All Hallows Eve, which means the eve of All Saints Day. It was supposed to be an ancestral for the saints. And in Mexico, they do one. Have you ever seen the movie Coco?
The movie Coco, it's Disney, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Seen it, yeah.
Well, it's pretty close to what I grew up with and what I understand is supposed to be the other side of the world, where we celebrate and we go to the cemeteries and we actually have dinners with our family that have passed on. It's funny that somehow people turn it around saying that we worship ancestors and we don't.
Hmm.
He started his own religion because Catholic Church would not give him an annulment. Yeah, that's true. Saw Cujo. Oh, that's a scary movie. I don't like that movie.
What's that about?
Cujo?
Mm-hmm.
Cujo is about a big dog that was rabid and it was killing everybody.
Hmm. I hate horror films with demons and ghosts in.
When I was younger, I used to watch it. I used to watch like the Annabelle Horror, Omen 1, 2, and 3. I'd watch Freddy the 13th. What else did I watch? Not much. After a while, I just got freaked out. Let's put it that way. Yeah, it was a Saint Bernard. You're right, Darren. Did I give you a? Did a wrench take? I didn't see if it took. Yeah, it did. Yeah, so we've covered a lot of subjects there, Joanne.
Yeah, we have. I think the Puritans were like starving on the island on the New World on the thing of the America. They were starving but they were
Hmm.
scared of the Indians and stuff like that.
And
But
that became our Thanksgiving.
well, I'm confused. So the Puritans were starving. I guess they made peace with the Americans there.
They taught the Puritans how to survive through the summer to collect food and store it and preserve it, because the Puritans were without supply ships, they couldn't come often enough to keep them supplied. So the natives of that land were able to teach them how. And I remember the picture of the Puritans from what I remember in my history book back in third grade, that they were shown how to put a fish in the ground with a corn kernel and thrown inside the hole, and pumpkins and wild turkeys, and how to catch different types of foods that were on four legs. Um, the first settlement, I really don't know. Roanoke.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if that's part of my history that I haven't been too familiar with, because I'm not interested really in early colonialism. I'm always armed. That's why I couldn't have been in Cujo's movie. He would have been lasted 5 minutes. Hey, Seven Wonders, did you know that in federal land you can carry an open weapon on your hip? I did not know that. You have a Pinto? What? There's actually no first things. Right. I was going to say, I didn't finish, was that was the Thanksgiving they gave to the Indians, but it wasn't official until Abraham Lincoln put it into law on the fourth Thursday, or is it the third of November? Yeah, something like that.
How did the Indians eat with the Puritans? I mean, the Puritans didn't have a cooker or anything. They weren't in
Um,
England. So how did they make it? The food, I mean.
well, if I remember at the time, there was deer, bear, moose, fish, rabbits, quail, turkey, anything that was native to the land. They taught them how to grow certain foods. They taught them how to preserve foods.
Yes.
Uh,
Where did you Americans get mashed potatoes from with Thanksgiving? Because I'm not sure the Puritans had mashed potatoes.
I mean, mostly because if you think America's mostly the melting pot. I mean, at my Thanksgiving, we don't have just turkey. We have a potluck, and whatever you bring is Thanksgiving. We have pizza, we have spaghetti, we have turkey, ham. We'll have beans and rice, tortillas, because my family's so large that we bring enough for everybody to bring like a potluck. And a potluck is that you bring anything from home that you want to eat and share it.
Okay.
And it's funny because I have Polish American half cousins that are half Mexican. I have Irish. I have Italian, and the rest,
Irish.
yeah, the Kennedys. My aunt B, her name was Beulah B. Kennedy, and her husband was my dad's younger brother. So they're half Mexican and half Irish.
That's cool. I like the Irish. Very. I know like them so much. Ugh, the accents though.
Hey, Dimebag, I've got Polish dogs right now in. I don't know if you guys have Costco up in Canada near you, or you've heard of Costco, but they have some really good Polish dogs, and I've got some in the freezer right now. I put them on my barbecue. Oof, they're so good with tortillas, or even a long bun. I also like to cook too.
I love cooking. I love Italian food.
Oh, we have a restaurant here in town like you wouldn't believe.
Mm.
I've known Kielbasa's a new one. That's a good one too. Fish and chips. Speaking of history, the first time I ever heard of fish and chips was in a movie. I never knew what chips were. Are they actually potato chips in England, or is it like French fries, but you guys call them chips?
They're French fries.
Uh, we don't call them French anymore. We call them fries only in California because they don't like the French, putting us down for our food.
Oh yeah, we call them now let's call them European fries apart from French.
Did the French get along with the English even to this day?
Do they fuck?
Oh, jeez, really?
Do you
Hmm.
not know the history of France and England?
Yes, Joan of Arc and all that. Yeah.
Duh, then. Of course we didn't get along.
Hmm. Hey, we get along with you guys, and you fought us 2 times.
Well, I mean,
Gotcha. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's just that they tried to burn our White House down. I remember that.
what, the British?
Yeah, in the War of 1812,
Why did they try and do that?
because that was our center of government. Because that's where the president was at. And they try to get him.
Oof.
Hmm.
But who were they? British American or?
No, British colonists.
Where were they then? Like to burn the White House down? Like, what were they doing in the US? Like,
That was the second war we had in War of 1812.
the British didn't succeed in burning down the White House, did they?
They torched it, but I'm not sure how much damage there was. I know that they started a fire.
Hmm.
Darren says in Canada, where the French is second language, we have the French fries. Yeah, Darren. The only thing is with California, we have the wines. We used to have French variety wines. Now they don't call them that no more, and they tried to go more native. Can't call them French fries anymore. They call them cultural inappropriation. Canada won. Hmm. But anyway, I mean, look at Japan and the United States. I mean, we're buddies with Japan. They bombed us. It's a funny story. My dad, not a funny story. Funny means strange. They came home from mass on Sunday, and they drive up to their house, and the neighbors yell out, "Hey, listen to the news! The Japs bombed Pearl Harbor!" And everybody's going, "Where's Pearl Harbor?" And by the end of the afternoon, the news was over about how many people were injured, and civilians also were the same. And um, they didn't talk much about what ships were damaged or how many men were killed, but it was pretty interesting. Talking about history directly to me. When you have three sons go to the first war in World War II, and then two sons in Korea, and then one younger son and one older brother went to Vietnam. It was just like, oh my gosh, war has covered my family since 1910 until 75. And then the war started again with everything else, all the new wars.
Hmm. That's crazy.
Yeah.
The Japanese were like the Nazis in World War II as well, with concentration camps and crap.
Well, from what I understand, my dad didn't. He got hit in '44, so he was put in the hospital. Back. What they call it? Back. What do you call it? Back something about the. They weren't on the front lines. He was back in hospital, and I remember my uncle was going to Luzon, and that's north of the Philippines, and he got hurt, from what I understand, in '45, I think, and then he was sent back to the back lines so they can recover. I know a couple of my dad's friends went to the occupation of Japan, and it wasn't it wasn't crazy. It was just they surrendered and they cooperated with the army, and they didn't have any issues. I mean, not that I can hear anything bad, but once they surrendered, but they were bombed twice by two big bombs and stopped the war that way. And there was the Axis powers. It was Japan. It was Italy and Japan, Italy and Germany. Italy was the first to go down. Germany was next. And the last and the longest part of the war was with the Japanese.
Hmm. When did the Japanese go down? Italy went down first, like you said, and then Germany in 1995.
Well, Germany in April of '45. Japan, I can't put a real date to it because it was early in the war. I think it was in 43 or 44. I can't really tell you specifically. But when Mussolini was killed, I think that's when it stopped because he was hiding and he dressed as a woman to escape being caught. Um, I want to say 44. I'm not positive. Maybe somebody out there um, can look that up. Yes, Japan did surrender after the second bombing, and that the first one killed 100,000 people or so, and then more people died afterward because of the radiation fallout.
Why did the Japanese bomb the US? Do you know?
Um. Well, they already had started a war in Indochina. I mean, not Indochina, but Manchuria, and they were fighting the Chinese. Russia was, I think for mostly what they were is the materials that they needed to continue with the war. They needed oil, they needed raw materials for the war, and Tojo, who was the prime minister of Japan, seemed to have more authority than the emperor of Japan, Hirohito. And from what I understand, only from reading, and I vaguely remember a lot of the stuff, but they got into the war because of the natural resources they didn't have, and they were a small country, and they wanted to expand their influence in the area, I guess. But it was a pretty bad one. My dad fought them in from October, and he was only there from October 21st until November the 14th when he got shot and wounded. And he went back to the States after that.
Okay. Why are the French Canadians so cocky? Is it because they've got some European French in them, or what?
No, because their culture is I mean, like I said, I don't know them very well, but from what I hear, Canadians want it to be an English-only country, and the French want to be independent. They want to be their own country, as Quebec. Is Quebec Montreal? Yeah, Quebec. And they were their culture is English bound, and I think somehow it's not European connected. I think it's just because they do have their own culture, their own language, and they tend to be independent minded. and they want to become a country of their own. Just like some of the people in my state want to be a separate country. They want California to be separate from the rest of the United States. It's not going to happen, but they talk about it.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen with Quebec either, to be honest.
Well, it's part of the country for over. I mean, if it was like a colony, like the British had all the, like India and whatever countries they had, Egypt, um, Hong Kong, Singapore. I mean, even now, Hong Kong is right now fighting against the Chinese because at one time they were a British colony and they were independent from China, and China says, "No, you're Chinese. You got to come back to your motherland." And right now, they're having such an issue with the Hong Kong people because one guy was supposed to be extradited to China for a trial, and the people protested that he shouldn't go. And then it turned into um, when they won the right that he couldn't be extradited to China because they knew he were going to put him in prison and torture him, and probably he'll die within years. They they stated, well, the people in China and Hong Kong started protesting for more rights and more things that we take for granted in our states or in England. Um, the rights to assemble, rights to petition, the right to argue sentencing and have more, because Hong Kong, from what I understand, they're pretty well modern. Also in education, more advanced in their income. So I guess they got a taste of what Chinese authoritarianism, authority, I can't even pronounce it. See, I told you I stuttered. Authority, that it infringed on people, that they believe that China shouldn't have the same influences or the same direction over. I know this is going to happen when British gave up, and I remember it was '98, I think, when Hong Kong became part of China again. I knew this was going to happen sometime in the future because they were so used to English rule, English law, modern living, education, social changes in the government. That would be interesting to find out if Hong Kong becomes its own city state.
That kind of would be cool because I've heard that like people from Hong Kong are nice. I mean, I had a friend from Hong Kong. I mean, she grew up in England, but her family was from Hong Kong, you know?
Yeah. Was she a citizen of Hong Kong?
I think she was because you know, she's China. I think she's Chinese, but she is a girl from Britain, and her family from Hong Kong. Though, and she went there every year, so maybe she is.
Yeah, Darren, the attack on Pearl Harbor would have been more successful if certain ships, and those were aircraft carriers, there are three of them. If those three would have been there, it would have changed the whole war. As a matter of fact, I remember my dad used to say before he left the States for the war that they were just trying to decide if he should stay and defend the West Coast against probable or what they thought was an invasion from the Japanese on the West Coast, from Washington, Oregon, all the way down to San Diego. Man, they screwed there. They're so happy to be Canadian.
Man, what?
No, I was reading what Dimeback was saying. Dimeback, I'm sorry. Trudeau is inept. It might be corrupt. Don't get me wrong. You know some. I don't know much about Trudeau, but it can't be any worse than we're having now. I mean, the division in this country is unbelievable right now. I gotta say that guy must have put up with a lot of criticism and see how he supports himself. It's pretty lonely at the top, I would say. How is Boris Johnson doing in your country these days?
I don't know.
I mean, is he healthy? Is his wife okay? Is his newborn? Because I heard he had a newborn.
How do I take that man they are screwed over there? Glad to be Canadian. What?
What do you want to do? If there's overarching control that affect the world leaders, I can see how Justin and Donald may just be puppets. Well, Mr. Trump, even though he's my president, I'm able to say he is my president, but I can criticism because some of the policies he's done was not cool. And one of the things he did do was he criticizes Joe Biden for being friendly with China, but then he doesn't say anything about him being friendly with Russia. And they don't say Russia, Russia, Russia. It's nothing but Russia, Russia, Russia. I know, but that's how things are.
Mm.
Yeah, the Chinese in Hong Kong, they're not being friendly. Those cops are pretty in their face.
China's never been friendly. I mean, look at the ancient history. I mean, oh, the dynasties were so barbaric.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, do you know what the Chinese do to little girls? They don't want girls, do they?
Well, I used to remember them used to bind their feet, the women, because they thought that small feet was a beauty issue. Um, and yeah, I mean, when they built the wall of China, they said thousands of people are buried in the wall itself. The way we treated Chinese in the railroads here in the United States wasn't pleasant either. What's wrong with Russia? Oh, wow. Where should I start? I just hear my president in my ear right now saying, Russia, if you're listening, see if you can find those 30,000 emails that Hillary lost. Yeah.
I don't like Hillary Clinton either, to be honest.
Basically, I don't understand why. For most people, that is a very common issue. I have problems with people that attack the wife when. Okay, we have a president's wife. I mean, I don't know if you've heard or seen any of Mrs. Trump's photos on the internet, or what he said about women that was taped, and the guy who taped it hasn't been working because he produced the tape that said that Mr. Trump likes to grab women by their genitalia.
Yeah.
I mean, and then get caught and pay people off for not snitching on him. Basically, that's what I think it is. It's just paying off so people won't snitch on him. But it's odd that before a person, I mean, they wanted to impeach Clinton, her husband, for doing something that was inappropriate between the marriage, not in the United States. What got him in trouble was that he lied to the American people that he did do something in the White House, in the Oval Office, inappropriately with an intern. And that's what got him in trouble for impeachment. But we have a person in office. I still have to see all the evidence. When there's smoke, there's fire. But some of the things he's done and said has cautioned me to say I can support the president 100%.
You can't, did you say?
No, I can't.
Oh.
And the reason why I say that is because there are people. I was watching a news interview about the person who's a head spokesman for the one of the offices of our government, and because he told the truth, supporters from he assumes are American Republicans supporting our president, and told him that he should die in uncertain terms or uncertain ways he should die. Oh yeah, you're probably right there, David, because China being the second largest economy, but what government doesn't go after money? The United States. What's the one thing that Mr. Trump always talks about? We have the best economy. We have the best Wall Street. We have the best money that people are making. There's no jobs that don't go unfulfilled, and yet we have just in California millions of people unemployed, and I'm one of them, temporarily, that is. But yeah, sometimes truth. Oh, here's a famous term. I don't know if you ever heard this, Joanne, but they call it alternative facts. There's no such thing as alternative in a fact. A fact is a fact that stands on its own, and you can test it by trying to find the obverse of it. And that happens very rarely.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, there's two things I want to do. I want to go to Normandy for D-Day, and I want to go for the Battle of Leyte, where my dad was at when he landed when he was 19 years old in the Philippines. Those are two things on my bucket list.
Cool.
You're too young to have a bucket list, do you?
No, I don't have one yet. I don't know why, but I'm getting tired.
I'm sorry?
I said, I don't know why, but I'm getting sleepy.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, we've been talking for 2 hours and 38 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's midnight over here. If you need to go, no problem.
Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
I don't restrict anybody. I don't hold them, and I don't require them to do anything other than when they're feeling comfortable, and that's it.
Are you not tired yet then?
No, ma'am. The reason is because for once I was a night owl, and second thing of all is that I only worked 2 hours today, actually 3 hours. So it was much of a hard day.
I mean, now I think about it, I'm not that tired. I mean, I'm not gonna fall asleep. My eyes are just like telling me to sleep, and I don't want to, so.
Did you have well, if it's 8 hours from now, so it's 8 o'clock in the morning over there, right?
Yeah.
Did you have breakfast?
Not yet. I mean, I could have breakfast on stream, but I think it would be rude, so.
No, you just mic yourself off whenever you want it. You fit it. See, here's what I tell people. When they come to a stream, they should be comfortable to say, I'm tired, I need to go. Or I need to go to the restroom. Or I need to get something to eat or something to drink. The only thing is that a lot of people don't mic themselves off, like turn themselves off here. And they eat when they can. I have a lot of people. One time I had a stream where I was eating dinner with my friends as we're doing coins at the same time.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so if you feel comfortable or you need to get something, be my guest.
I'm alright. I had a drink on Troy's stream. I might have breakfast like at 10 or 9 actually, because I'm a bit like I just want to be in my bed right now, if that makes sense. When you wake up in the morning and it's just like,
sometimes it depends on who I'm talking to, because once I get my brain going, I just can't sleep. I just, like, one time I was talking to Rich, and I was on the phone with him from 7:30. from 9:30 in the evening, my time, until
Mhm.
7:30 the next morning.
Oh my goodness.
And was just on the phone. And it was just him and I. And we talked about news, history, coins, especially woodworking, which I'm really interested in.
Well, do you think you'll stay up tonight? I mean, it is 12 a.m. for you, and you're speaking to me, so who knows?
oh, I haven't gone to bed sometimes at 3 o'clock in the morning on a daily basis.
Hmm.
It's just that there are days I will say, okay, guys, I really need to cut this off because I'm falling asleep. And being honest is okay.
Yep.
Being that you fall, like I fell asleep a few times online on stream, but like this, I didn't have my picture up. I didn't have my video feed going. I just happened to fall asleep, and I got teased the heck out of me the next day, or they'll tease me during the stream as a Hector, and they'll keep talking to me and keep talking to me and ask me questions. And for them, what's funny is I'll get out and I hear it the next morning. I'm going, "You fell asleep. Ah, everybody was listening. Ah." I said, "Okay, no big deal." I don't
No
worry
big deal
about it.
because celebrities film themselves being asleep on live streams for documentaries
No,
and crap like
I
that.
haven't seen that at all. I have not seen any celebrity film themselves, as they're sleeping.
I've seen one where it was a documentary on YouTube about Katy Perry, and I saw like she was in her room sleeping, and the cameras are on her. I'm like, really?
Well, if it was Halle Berry and she's
No,
shooting a
it's
woman,
Katy.
or
Sorry.
yeah, if that was the case, I wouldn't mind watching forever. She is one very nice looking woman.
The pop star Katy.
Katy Perry.
Yeah.
Um, I've heard the name, but I'm not sure what she does.
No, I think she's a singer. I think.
Oh, she did that the program on TV, the singing program.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I've only seen it like once or twice.
Hmm. I'm sure you've heard of Lady Gaga, though. You can't escape that name.
Oh, the first time I heard her, I didn't know who she was, but when she sang with Tony Bennett, oh my God, she has a voice.
Yeah.
I like old songs like that. And the funny thing is, she has the voice for it. Unbelievable,
I know, and she mainly does pop music. How funny.
right? Yeah. Someone else does that. She's English. She's blonde. Oh, what's her name?
Is it Ellie something?
No, it's more. She's kind of on the heavy set side.
Hmm.
She's English. I know that for sure.
Adele, is that it?
Yes. Yeah, she has. Hey, Austrian. Here's one of my friends from Austria.
Oh, that's cool.
How you doing, Austrian? This is Joanne, guys. We haven't met yet. This is Joanne.
The best person in England, JK. I'm not.
Don't say JK after you said the best person in England. Keep it that way.
Huh?
Pixie Lott? Who's Pixie Lott?
She's a British singer.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm more into like Enya. You ever heard of her?
Inna.
Enya.
INNA.
ENYA.
EN. No, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, she was about 20 years ago. I'm sorry, before your time. But she was a great singer too for me. She was very I liked her songs a lot.
Mm. Do you like Selena Quintanilla or whatever her name is?
Selena Quintanilla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's.
As a matter of fact, the first time I heard of her, we were in Universal Studios in Los Angeles.
Oh,
And
cool.
everybody's going, "Oh, Selena's here," and I'm going, "Who in the heck is Selena?" And then a year later, we started hearing her music, and we really liked it. And then we were going to get tickets when she was come back to California, and that's when she got shot and killed by her um, president of her fan club.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Selena was so beautiful, and she didn't show her accents off, did she? She dressed up modestly, and
For the day, she wasn't.
what do you mean?
Because even when she came out with her jackets and she was really fashion conscious. I can guarantee you that she was really into how she looked on stage. She wanted a little bit femininity to it, but a little risque at times. But when she started singing more into because she didn't speak Spanish, um, but even though she grew up in Texas, that's another cultural thing that we know of, that there are Mexican people that don't speak Spanish, and there are Mexican people that expect you to speak Spanish because you are Mexican.
Yeah.
And there's a conflict there because even the movie talks about biculturalism, where we're how should I put this? It's like you're not American because you're Mexican, and
I
you're not
met
because
I
you're not.
met a Mexican who didn't speak Spanish, and I was fine with it. I didn't care that he didn't speak Spanish. He was sexy as hell. Like,
Mhm.
I don't care.
David, not Selena Gomez. She's not even. Wait a minute, isn't she Cuban or something like that?
No, she's Mexican American.
She's the one that licked the cupcakes in a donut store, and then she
No,
said she
no,
hated
that,
Americans.
that's Ariana Grande.
Oh, okay, I get it mixed up.
It's
All right,
okay. They're both crap anyway.
yeah, they're really to themselves, aren't they?
They're very what?
Very to themselves. In other words, into themselves. They're
Oh yeah. Most celebrities are. All these young women, pop stars, are into themselves. They remind me a lot of Madonna. A lot of Madonna. She's
hmm.
into herself, isn't she?
I don't know. I kind of liked her music. Well, like a Virgin, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, I'm more into the music, and I don't know the names of most songs. I don't know most of the lyrics. I just
Yeah.
like the music, right? So when someone tells me about somebody, I really don't know. We're moving to a new house, at work all day and then moving at night. I'm so tired. Austrian, dang, doing 3 jobs, man. Well, for him, it's early in the morning for him too. No, actually, it's later because he's in Austria, so that's about another 3 to 4 hours away from you. Austria, what's your time in Austria? See, that's what I like about YouTube and the internet. And I used to go back to IRC, was internet relay chat, and it was the old fashioned. You didn't hear voices, you didn't see pictures or videos of people. It was just manual chat, and I would talk to people all over the world. That was one of the fascinating things about the internet. 9 a.m. So he's an hour ahead of you. Austin, you sound pretty busy, man. Hope you get moved. How long more time before you move into your new house, Austrian?
There's this artist called Nicki Minaj, and she has a fake behind. And
Yeah, I know who she is.
how do you know of Nicki Minaj then?
Because it's controversial what she does, and she's also did a few commercials on TV, and they have their name on the bottom, and she seems a little extreme for my taste.
What did she
But
do?
go ahead.
Yeah, what did that singer do or something? For commercials like
Well, she's got the language issue. I don't know where she's from, but um, it's just I don't know. It's just a little bit too much overboard for me. I mean, she may be very attractive for other people, across the ages, but for me, too much. 10-inch fingernails, and um, I guess I'm getting too old fashioned. I guess I'm getting too old. But anyway, she's a little far from me.
Yeah, don't care much for Minaj. Really do like Gaga. Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I listen to a lot of.
I think Nicki Minaj has a. She just her personality. I just can't with it.
Oh, Lemonhead says that she's a goddess.
Hmm?
Lemonhead says that she's a goddess.
Who?
Minaj, I think.
Oh.
So, so do you listen to any music like from the, let's say, American music from the 50s, 60s?
A wonderful fake behind. Ugh, not really. I have a better ass than her. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Hector, we've got to get your eyes checked. No, my eyes are fine. Believe me. She's either a gangster or a wannabe gangster. The world needs less of these, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's a lot of gangsters you can't even tell. Those are the ones I worry about.
Yeah.
Native Warrior, you falling asleep? No, he's telling Warrior that he's falling asleep. David Carlisle. Yeah, gangsters are people too.
I'm not trying to be funny, but I think I have an amazing body for being a young woman.
They should be better at a young. I mean, when you get older, it doesn't have to say the same.
Oh yeah. Let's put it this way. I'm not slim, but I'm not ugly. I've got great features.
I could say that one time myself. I mean, I really did have black hair when I was a kid, but I'm not bald. I got all my teeth still.
Yeah. you have a lot of hair.
Oh no, you'd be surprised how many guys my age look like they've been through a beating and back.
Oof. Wow, that's a lot then.
Oh yeah. I mean, work has a tendency to wear you out, no matter what job you take on. I mean, I worked on the ranch. I worked in the fields. I played sports all my life. I worked hard in a lot of stores.
There was an actor, right, that I liked that was in the 60s, and then everyone made me uncomfortable. And then my teacher said, "Oh, I'm 65 and stuff." I'm like, okay, I didn't really need to know that.
To know what?
That my teacher was in his 60s. I didn't ask him, and he was just like, "Oh, I'm in my 60s too." I'm like, okay. I mean, I only like this actor in his 60s because he doesn't look 60. He looks like 30,
Are you talking about Neeson?
Yeah.
The thing what surprises me is the most, I think he's 67 and he can still move like he is in his 40s.
I know, it's crazy.
Especially on those fight scenes.
Oh yeah.
Or even what's the one that he's on the rooftops of some country, Istanbul or somewhere when he was taken to. And I mean, he's been fighting guys half his age and he's whipping them. I mean, I know it's not reality. I know it's probably choreographed. I know it's staged. But the thing is that he can fight even standing up and continue to block and punch and throw and do his own stunts. Okay. If there's anything anyone says to you and you don't like, just say the word. And I'm going to bring Darren up. He says, am I going to bring you up or not? Let's see what he does. But yeah, I'm into there's some movies I haven't seen at all. I haven't, like everybody talks about, what's that movie? Casablanca? I haven't seen it. It's supposed to be a classic.
Yeah, people talk about Downton Abbey, and I haven't seen that because I don't care to.
No, I haven't seen it either. Okay, here comes Darren.
Downton Abbey, and I haven't seen that because I don't care to.
Yeah, we hear that. Cool. Hey, Darren, how you doing?
Gotta get the there we go. Fix that right now. All right, there you go. Take a look. I've taken the Hector Road and gotten myself all properly cleaned up and looking sharp again. No more hair down to my shoulders.
All because I'm always... Well, you didn't see me 3 months ago. Not 3 months ago. You didn't see me 2 months ago with my beard and my long hair.
I did.
Oh, I know you did, but no one else has. And I had to get cleaned up because I had to go back to work for a week, and I said, "Nah, I better not look like this." I mean,
I think we have a certain similarity now too, though, as well. When we get to the clean face look,
Mm-hmm.
I think that you and I then once again bear a certain similarity.
Well, in the background education and our age is probably going to be a little different still, but
And the funny little glasses we wear and the short hair seems to be very similar. It just happens. I told my wife, just cut it like Hector's. That's what I said.
At least you have. My mom used to cut my hair all the time, but she hasn't done it for years now.
My wife was hairdresser. My sister owned the salon, so I shouldn't have to pay for hairdressing anymore. I kind of when it was early, it was my sister, and then when the wife took over, it's up to her how I look. It's as long as it pleases her, I'm happy with it.
Darren, this is Joanne. Joanne, this is Darren.
Hi, Joanne. Of course, I've been listening for this half of ever, so I feel as though I've already met you,
Yes.
but not you, me so much.
Mhm.
There's something years younger.
Where are you from?
I'm from a little town just outside of Vancouver, British Columbia,
cool.
Canada.
Oh, that's cool.
Little place called Abbotsford.
Nice.
But I found this in a box. You can see this here. It's a calendar from 1957 of the Toronto Maple Leafs hockey team, where they're still selling cigarettes at the bottom here. Smoke Export, Canada's finest cigarettes. And there are some other pages. I don't know how I'm going to turn them without doing damage yet, so I've been hanging, and it was all rolled up.
Do you know what Canadian dish I really want to try?
Poutine?
Yes, I really want to try that. We don't. I can make the fries and the gravy, but we don't have cheese curds here.
Oh well, yeah, no, that's critical. Clearly, I'm sort of surprising because I don't know if there's like when you said what Canadian cuisine, you'd be surprised. I have a hard time picking out two more so-called Canadian cuisines. Like here in British Columbia, I would say salmon, like smoked salmon. Like that would be a kind of a local thing that you would get because we're on the West Coast. But
we have smoked salmon too.
Well, yeah. See, there you go. So, what other Canadian? When she said Canadian cuisine, I knew instinctively to say poutine, but poutine is something that's even more East Coast or Central Canada kind of thing. Quebec, it has the word itself is French.
May I ask what that is? I'm not even familiar with the word.
It's French fries with gravy and cheese curds melted on the top. It's basically gravy, cheese, and potatoes.
Oh, In-N-Out burger.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
We have that with chili, cheese, and jalapenos.
Oh, I love jalapenos.
Oh my god!
What?
Chili cheese chips. Holy fuck, they're good.
Well, yeah. There's also a channel that I go to all the time, and all we do is talk about food. What's our favorite food? What time is it? What we're gonna have at certain times. I like to go outside.
What am I eating next?
Yeah, that was
Canadian whiskey, Canadian beer. Yeah, I like those things a lot. Maple syrup. Well, yeah. Maple syrup. Maple syrup's good. It's concentrated sugar, but it's good. It's very good. I like it.
Well, there was a robbery one time.
Tell you about some British cuisine.
What do you think of when I think of British cuisine? I think of
chips, fish and chips. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we get some pretty authentic, what they call authentic fish and chips around here. I mean, it's very much a beer batter. It's medium heavy. It's done right away in the hot oil. They just fry up some chips. It's very fish and chips is hard to. Pardon my French. Fish and chips is hard to fuck up. If you start with good cod and good halibut and don't make a horrible batter, you do a nice beer batter, you got fish and chips. So just hang up a couple of signs of pictures of Cockney Len, and that's it. Basically,
do you have thick chips or do you have French fries?
Well, at the place I generally go to, they have some pretty thick cut chips.
That's cool.
because I go on all you can eat night. It's not that it doesn't change on other nights, mind you. They don't make a different chip, but oh, that's right too. This outfit that I used to go to was all you can eat all the time. You could order different kinds of fish because they had the halibut and the haddock and the cod. And then if you wanted all you could eat, you got served bass. I'm going to think of the name of the darn fish. It's a different whitefish that was less expensive for us anyways over here. Kind of a tilapia kind of thing, but it was a good fish. It was just less expensive. But if you wanted pure cod, that would cost a bit more. Halibut more yet. And the halibut, you have to like halibut because halibut is drier fish. So if you like a nice, moist, yummy sort of fish, that's like a cod. And if you get a halibut and you don't like it because it's pollock, yeah, pollock, exactly. That's that other white fish too. A very inexpensive white fish that goes in place of cod. And that's why when you go to a fish and chips place and they say, on the board it may say you get cod. You have to ask, is that cod as in codfish or cod as in catch of the day? And catch of the day can mean any white fish. So that's a little trick that gets played on people. They think they're going to get cod, specifically cod, but COD on the board there is catch of the day.
And I asked them, California,
salmon and chips.
Salmon and chips?
Salmon and chips, sorry.
The same place would serve that. You can get salmon and chips from the exact same outfit. They would cook it in a different vat of hot oil so as to not, cross-contaminate the taste of salmon with the other fish. Every fish goes into its own oil.
Oh, yeah.
Boy,
Basically.
that's expensive.
Well, this place does nothing but fish and chips. It's called Sea Lovers Fish and Chips. There's another one nearby called Cockney King's Fish and Chips. And they've been around for many, 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 many years. And, it's just a little treat to go. Costs around, I don't know, $17 or $18 Canadian to go and basically go on the all-you-can-eat night and eat your fill of fish and chips. The trick is they're going to give you a plate with 5 pieces of fish, which is a good hunk of fish, and tons of chips. And once you finish that plate, they're going to ask if you want more fish and chips. Don't get more chips. Just get more fish.
There's a place in Monterey that it's on the pier, and it overlooks the bay and overlooks the Pacific Ocean. And I asked for halibut. And I have it blackened. And I have it with a nice slaw. But one time they brought me this lemon coleslaw. It was excellent. All I asked them for is give me some jalapenos or serranos. And they brought them over. I mixed it in with my coleslaw. It was excellent. But United States, especially California side, if you go towards due west of my house, you'll be in the ocean. And you get the freshest fish 6 o'clock in the morning. It's what we put a salmon run in our next door to my house, about a half mile.
I'm so tempted to make a fool of myself. I'm not sure that there's anything in the world I can do that is going to stop me. So, Joanne, consider this incredibly phony British accent night, and from here on out, I'm going to try to put on a British accent. If it sounds absolutely horrible, laugh at me, point your finger, tell me what a turd I am. There I go. And from here on out, I'm going to sound like this a little bit. And I'm going to, I don't know. Well, you're going to think it sounds like rubbish, but it'll be the best I can do. So, yeah, here I am.
Hey, the more British accents, the more I can colonize the world. Sorry, that's a bad joke.
Yeah, I think I was part of it in the first place, right? I live in British Columbia, after all. I mean, British Columbia, think about it. Colombia, we've got a bit of drug problem here. So Colombia possibly, that's why. And
So you're
Britain,
talking about a Spanish
Wait.
thing that-
Has British Columbia got anything to do with the country Colombia?
I highly doubt it, except for the fact that we seem to like cocaine. Not me. I have a heart problem. If I was to do that
Yeah,
cocaine stuff, I'd drop dead on the spot.
Oh, bloody hell.
Bloody hell. Did you say that? Bloody hell. He's a bleeder. He's a bloody bleeder, that bloke. Bloody hell.
Oh my god, you know British words already. Ugh. You'd fit right in if you come to England.
We get a BBC, It's on the telly. I can turn it on right now. I don't know what
Some people in
song.
America think that stands for big black. I'm not going to say it. Instead of,
I never thought of that.
Aren't they scared of that, aren't they? Might be bigger, the Willie might be bigger. Oh, well, who cares? It's not what you know. It doesn't matter if you're a jerk now, does it?
I just love how I can be myself and just swear and all that without people getting uncomfortable. Because when I open my mouth about sexual stuff, people will tend to get uncomfortable, and I think it's stupid. It's just a thing.
Well,
It's
don't
fun
forget,
to watch.
the
Sorry, go
Puritan influence in the United States was very vast and very influential for hundreds of years. So that's part of it right there.
The what?
The Puritan, the Protestant
Yeah.
institutionality of the early fathers of our country, and they were almost puritanical.
Our 4 or 5 fathers? Forefathers. No, forefathers.
Yeah.
That's right.
Damn, how many wives did they have?
I mean,
Or
well, it
fathers.
depends when they died, because most of them remarried because someone died during childbirth or because of a disease.
Oh damn, really?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
It was
So
hard
they were
times.
wives.
Like who? Offhand, I can't mention to my mind which one it is, but I know George Washington died with his wife.
Didn't a founding father murder somebody?
If you're talking about Aaron Burr,
No, I'm talking about Benjamin Franklin. He murdered someone.
not that I know of. I know he was a womanizer in France when he was like an ambassador to France.
Why was he a womanizer there? Like, really?
Well, if you read a little bit of history, but he was
French women. It's
Yeah.
their fault.
Yeah, but no, I think it was both their fault.
I'm a sucker for French
Wait a
women.
minute.
I tell you, I've had a French wife. My wife isn't French, like not French, but she is by her name French. And French girls, they've been a problem for me. Oh, and I lost my accent. Look at that. Damn it. Oh
So
well.
you get a British woman then?
Well, I've been out of circulation for so long, I haven't thought of it that way. But I like kind people, honestly. I like kind people. I've met kind people from all over, and I really love a kind person. And they're so easy to be kind back to. It's nice to be nice to the nice.
Yeah, like I'm nice, but I get shited on for some reason.
Yeah, that can happen. It's one of those things that happen. What do you do?
Yeah, it just means people have no lives. They're obsessed with me. I guess they like my accent. I guess,
Oh, I think they do, love.
Oh, I remember what you're referring to. Benjamin Franklin was not a murderer, but they did find 20 bodies in the basement because he was just interested in anatomy. So he would buy dead humans and he would do autopsies in his basement.
So he was just weird as fuck. That's all.
Okay.
Good enough, eh?
Like they say in England that Jack the Ripper was supposed to be some kind of anatomist.
Oh, they say that by his cuts he was surgical in nature. I think that
And then they try to tie it to one of the early Victorian princes or somebody in the royalty family. Have you done much, Joanne, in murder mystery with Jack the Ripper?
Yeah, I've heard about that. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, but have you done any research on it?
I think someone killed 5 prostitutes brutally, right?
Right.
Until this day, no one knows who it is.
Correct. We just had a police officer just convicted that he killed 13 women. He was known as the California, what was it called? But from 1970s until the 20s, I think it was 20. But he was a rapist, murderer, and a thief. And the only reason they caught him was because of a DNA. But that was over a 50-year span. And they haven't tied him to all the other unclaimed murders. He only claimed 13 of them because he said he didn't want the death penalty. So they gave him a bargain. If they gave him life without parole, and he's in his 70s now.
Right. Why would he murder lots of people, though?
That's
Deranged.
Well, he hasn't given a reason, but there's always a fetish, or there's always an interest in probably how death develops. Or
I'll tell you something. There are R-word fetishes,
of course.
and I think that's fucked up, personally.
It is.
Well, that's the, how should I put this? It's not the norm, but the exception to the individual.
How do you feel about that?
It depends.
Nice, Darren. How do you feel about that? That people have an R-word fetish and shit like that?
I'm not. I try not to judge. It's not really for me. There's lots of ways I can interact with people who are the kind of people that like the things I like. I seek them out. As for other people, I think there's a lot of things people do that are wrong. They're wrong in my eyes.
Yeah.
Maybe they're fine for them. If I'm wrong about how it all works, it really won't matter much. But if I'm right, it's going to matter a lot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I hope that there are a lot of loopholes that I'm unaware of, because there's a lot of people I've met through life that, if the loopholes that are available are only the ones I've heard of, they're not going to make it. But we'll see. I don't have a lot of control over things. I got friends that rail at the television. They yell about Trump. They yell about this. They're for, they're against. It's this, it's that. I got one friend. He's particularly passionate. He lives in a little tiny town in the middle of British Columbia's wilderness. And I ask him, I see you tell me all the things that bother you, that I'll say steal your joy. But you never tell me any more about the things that make you happy. So we got to dwell on the things that make us happy in and amongst all the rest of this shit. Oh, is EVG here? I'm sorry, EVG is here. He's prospecting for gold, like live out there in the wilderness. As far as I know.
I haven't seen it yet. Do you ever see a speech by the name of Charlie Chaplin in a movie called The Dictator?
Myself, no.
Okay, it's a very poignant speech. It talks about countries without borders, and then the very next thing I saw, and a little bit later, was a Beatles song. It was kind of like, wow, that's the kind of things they were talking about.
All you need is love.
Nope.
Bam, 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 bam.
Nope.
No.
It's one. It's the one that goes. Oh shoot! Let me look it up because I forgot.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try.
I didn't know we were going to be on for 3 hours because we got off Troy's stream and I thought we were only going to be on it for a few minutes, to be honest.
Yeah, I've been on 3 hours and 15 minutes and 56 seconds.
Okay.
I guess Troy went to bed.
Shakespeare and Hathaway, Private Investigators, is on BBC Canada right now. There it is. There it is. I'm sharing my television with you.
It's surprising too because sometimes Troy will go to bed and they'll come back, and he hasn't done that lately. But sometimes when I do wake up sometimes at 3 a.m. because I've gone to bed too early, and once I'm up or awake, I can't go back to sleep.
It is 8 o'clock now, and I am getting hungry, but I might have a morning shower in a bit.
Okay. We'll probably be here for a while.
You won't be here for long, did you say? Or
no, I will be. I mean, Darren's here now, so we usually have talks until at least easily 2 or 3 in the morning. So that's what another, about 3 o'clock. Oh, I forgot, Darren. Are you working right now, or are you off right now?
I'm off.
Oh, okay.
I'll probably have a shower in the day. Then it doesn't matter. I'll spend time with you guys. I might. Yeah. I'll just do my stuff after the stream. I think. Is it alright if I lay down?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I am.
Fall asleep. We're going to make fun of you. Hope that's all right.
No, I'll keep her awake.
Front camera. You're gonna switch
speaking of which, Darren, do you remember me talking to you about that? I got a bag from Scent Hoarder. The 5,000 wheat pennies.
No, I don't recall. Sorry.
Okay, he's having see, you're in my time zone, so it's the same time. He's having a 3 p.m. Auction on his coins, and here's one of the things that I got off of him. He gave me in a grab bag with a 5,000, and I found this coin in the grab bag. And it's dated 1654. Now I haven't made it authentic or emphasized it, so I'm only going by the design and the copy of the coin. I'm hoping it's just a copy, but if it's not, it's one of my oldest coins I have.
Yeah, I would think so. That 1654 is she's.
But I bought this also from him, so it's not my only old coin. But this is a Great Britain 4 pence. It's silver.
I can make that bigger yet.
And it's 16. Here, let me make it bigger too.
You make it bigger. I'm going to go to the YouTube side and make sure my resolutions are as high as they can be. I can turn that
down.
Why is this computer running like a piece of junk?
Because it's probably having a little bit too much memory not restored.
A bit of a memory leak. It's possible. Okay, now we've got the full size. Great Britain pence.
This is the one I bought.
I like him better than that American pence you've got down there.
American pence?
Yeah, Pence, you know him.
Oh.
Pence, I heard of him. Michael Pence, is it?
Yeah.
What about that other billionaire guy? What was his name? He's in New York?
The Joy?
No, he's a billionaire. He says F. He said Trump thinks he's a billionaire. Nah, I'm a billionaire. Is that he's got that famous last name. Oh boy. I don't know my American politics at all.
Well,
what the heck is his name? Michael?
Michael Dukakis?
Bloomberg, is that right?
Well,
Michael Bloomberg?
Yeah, he's no longer a political candidate for president.
He gave up with all his millions, not enough money, eh?
No, he just decided that he knew that he was going to win, so he could have spent more money. I mean, he makes, millions a month. So whatever he invested in the politician pay, he made it up.
I don't know, man. If we don't get I can't do it anymore. Jeez, I don't even know what to think of it. If there isn't a benevolent God over the whole thing that comes down and straightens us out one day, I'm hoping for benevolent aliens who'll come down and say, well, we've been watching. We're going to have to take over and straighten this shit out.
Darren, the aliens are already here. I'm one of them.
Well, get on with it. I'm with the program.
No, I can only ask one vote. I have one vote. No, I'm talking about the immigration, and they consider me an alien because I don't look like an American.
No, but could you imagine if we were invaded by a species that we couldn't harm, like despite our best or worst intentions, they were so far beyond us that we would launch our best missiles at them. They would render them useless, and they just like fall out of the sky like toys and say, okay, listen, we're not here to do you any harm, but we've been watching and you guys are flunking, humanity 101. So we're here. So here we go. First, we've got enough food, so we're going to get some of these big warships. No one's at war, by the way, anymore. Just try it. You'll see what we mean. We're going to need some ships to move some food to some people who need food. Like, that's the kind of thing I would love to see, right? This is how stupid I think. I would be all for that.
They have done that by the I should have put it, the U.S. Which one was it? They did one for the aircraft carriers where they took a lot of food on. I remember in Vietnam, they evacuated a lot of people into.
I love the best thoughts of men, but left to men, corruption is inevitable. There's just no way around it. I mean, if you could take up all the money of the people of the world that have these great, huge amounts, those that are in Saudi, the Bezoses and the Zuckerbergs and the, like literally all of it, and the money that's dedicated to the military, like all of it.
Can I just say?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm taking myself off.
Please do.
Where am I? There we are.
Can I say something?
Please.
Yes,
Arabs get offended when you say you don't like them and, oh, that's so racist. But no, people can disagree with their religion and that they're stealing money from Europe and all that shit.
Which group?
The Arab people, Saudi and crap like that.
Yeah, that's what they say about the Jewish people here in the United States.
What, they're money hungry?
Mm-hmm.
But they cry anti-Semitism, don't they?
A lot of people cry out for different reasons, and some of it could be true, and some of it can be hyped, and somebody can make it not distinguishable between fact and fiction. And I've seen a lot of, the internet is full of people with conspiracy theories and alternative thinking and alternative facts. And sometimes when I do my research, I'll find out, oh, that was wrong. Now that's wrong. Oh, that's wrong. And sometimes it's like even my son and I have different ideologies. I come from a time where everybody promised everything under the sun, that we're going to change government. Don't trust anybody over 30. And all of a sudden they're the same. It's the same progress. And I call it same progress because it doesn't change.
I think I'm gonna have a shower because I'm really hurting on my my body aching and stuff. And
I'll be here if you want to just mute your mic, you can do that. Or I tell you what, you might want to give your phone a little bit of a rest, and I'll still be here.
Slap it on charge a while.
No,
yeah,
I can see that. It's not right now.
I'll have my shower and I'll only be a few minutes, so I'll be back in the bedroom before you know it.
All right.
All right, so I'll have my shower and then be back, okay?
All right. Well,
Off we go.
We're looking for you.
All right.
Anyway, I always try to figure. I should be embarrassed about this, but a lot of people complain about Trudeau, and I haven't watched Canadian news because I can't get it, really, a lot of it, because I have to go searching for it, and it's not timely. So, what is it that Trudeau does or doesn't do that many people complain about him?
Well, for my friends who are into they'll tell you they're into the big picture and all that. Apparently, he goes along with the world order. That is, there's some. Almost wish my friend was here, although I hate to debate him on the topic. It drives me a little bit nuts, but
And then I wouldn't enjoy it then.
there's some kind of world council that has a bill that says that the whole world's got to do this, that, or the other thing, and that our leaders, Trump and Trudeau, are really just falling in line with this, overarching world bill that everybody's got to do this thing, and it has to do with people being able to immigrate from here to there, and Canada has to take many thousand people every year to facilitate the homogenization of the world and the one world government, blah 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 blah. It's so involving.
It almost sounds like the conspiracy things that they're said in here. Like for a while, they have. I don't know if you ever see the movie called The Skulls.
No.
It's a secret society of people that they mention certain names that they belong to the secret society. They're high-level government employees or appointees or elected officials that have gone back as far as the Masons prior to them, and that we are being ruled by that order. That conflicts with Canadian. And then I hear stories about how this country of ours, this United States, is in collusion with, I don't know, I'm going to put it this way. There are certain theories that the government perpetuates itself through rigged elections, the Electoral College, which is our voting system for, the president, and a few other factors that are politically motivated. And I haven't seen any real evidence to support any of them, but it's widely known. Like even right now, we have what they call the Q that's going around the United States. And they say they are our secret society. And I'm really not.
Well, this is what my friend talks about. QAnon. Is that the same stupid thing?
I don't know. I don't like reading into stuff that I hear about that's being a dominant political force or some kind of influence, and I still don't want to read it because it's not that I don't want to be informed. I just don't want to read the rubbish. I don't want to have to find an item that I find illogical that I have to go research it out. I don't want to do that.
Meanwhile, like I say, my friend gets all upset about it, and he's in like podunk nowhere, British Columbia, and I said, well, what are you going to do about it if it's such a big deal? And you feel so strongly. What are you going to do? There was one time he actually approached me and told me that he had it on good authority. There was going to be another, and this is the wording that he used. He called it a Noah-like event. Noah-like.
Mm-hmm.
So it was not all that afterwards. He spent around $7,000 or $8,000 and bought himself a truck. And I said to him, why'd you buy a truck? And he says, well, I wanted a truck. And I said, well, remember you telling me about the Noah-like thing? If I had $8,000 spare dollars and I truly believed in a Noah-like upcoming catastrophe, I would have bought a boat. So what about you? No boat? And I said, that just shows me the level that you believe the thing that you espouse. Where's your boat, man?
I was looking at the chat, and K-Watt, hello K-Watt, how you doing? She mentioned something that I guess
QAnon. QAnon.
Is that a political? I mean, I've heard at one of the Army Navy games, some of the officers, the cadets, I should say not officers, but cadets, were actually waving the symbol for the Q.
Super.
Is that what she's talking about?
She'd have to tell you. I'm not sure. But isn't that wonderful? Canada's got it pretty hard, though, because instead of doing what the Americans did, what you guys called the Great American Melting Pot, Canada, through Trudeau #1, attempted to do a mosaic where people were encouraged to maintain their old ways, if you like, and not just sort of become Canadians. And so
Well,
now we have what we've got. It's a little bit hard to maintain when everybody wants to be something different. So it's very segregatory, when
that would depend on the United States. That you would say is the melting pot was assimilation, and where the structures are. Because even in school, I see kids separated by race, and even schools separated by economy, social status. And
But even I'm saying, though, even that's how it turned out. But
yeah.
it was the wish that it'd be a melting pot and everybody would become Americans. Whereas that has never even been the wish in Canada. We didn't want everybody to become Canadians. We envisioned, or our leadership envisioned, a mosaic where everybody had their own little McDealio. And that doesn't work so well either.
Yeah.
Look in my window here.
I don't think the United States has got anything that's better than another system, other than it's been evolving, and I see more people, and I would almost say that like the '60s, when I remember as a kid, even growing up in middle school and high school during the '60s, I remember there was more unity. There was more divisiveness, but because one was the old-fashioned way of thinking about the war, and new one's thinking about the not going to the war, and that was a big issue. Yeah, Texas has been talking about becoming a republic, but so has the United States. Maybe losing California, and that won't be a good thing, and it won't happen because we're not going to go like the South did with the North in 1860 to 1865. I mean, a lot of more Americans are talking about, Californians are talking more about, us becoming a nation of its own, which is, I don't think it's going to be possible, but they bring up the idea.
That's pretty good. I don't know. Everybody thinks something else is better,
Yeah, well, it's just like when Mexico used to say, "We'll take back Texas." What's going to happen then? if Texas wants to be a republic, they don't want to fight the United States and say, "Oh, go ahead and do your own fight." Yeah, right.
No, and when it comes to Canadians and Quebec separation, it's the same thing. It's like I say, okay, well, you get to leave with what you came with, not all the enrichments that Canada has provided you all this time. So take stock of what it is you brought to Confederation, because that's all you're going to leave with.
That's one thing that I do remember going to Texas a few times with my baseball team, my softball team, I should say, and then going to visit family. There's so much influence of the Mexican people that every time I go back a year or two later, there seems to be more judges, police, teachers, appointed officials, elected officials becoming more prominent in Texas. And I gave you an example. I went to the airport to send back one of my students who was sick, and her parents sent them the tickets to the airport. I took her to the airport, and the tickets were under my name. And when I said my name is Hector Gutierrez, they looked at it and they said, we don't see a Hector Gutierrez here, but we do see an Hector Gutierrez. I said, okay, guys, it's the same thing. No, it's not. yours is English pronunciation. I said, tell me on the screen that it's in Spanish. I don't see the accent over my E, and I don't see the accent over my second E. And they said, oh, well, you got me there. I mean, the attitude those people had in Texas. Couldn't believe it.
I had my microphone paused there. You ran into a couple of absolute dicks. I mean, they had a shitty day the day before or earlier that day, and you were next.
And get a load of this. The guy behind the counter who gave me that stuff.
Mr. Ramirez?
No, he's from my hometown here.
Jesus. Oh, well, that's tough. I don't know. I know for sure I got no way to fix it from the seat I've been given.
No, and I don't intend to fix that either because I figured.
No, I'm not gonna joust at windmills. I'm not an idiot.
Yeah.
Like I told my friend, I said, find the things that give you joy and work on those. Try to pry some joy out of this chaos. And yeah, okay, maybe there's nobody to vote for. Okay, so then don't vote for anybody. I don't know what to tell you on that. They're all corrupt. Fair enough. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I mean, I've been hearing the speeches from all the presidents, all the prime ministers, not everyone, but I get the gist of what they're trying to do in their countries. It's a good thing I speak 2 languages and I understand very well 2 of them. But I've heard, things from, from Mallorca to Spain to Portugal, because I can pick up a lot of Portuguese. I don't get it fluently, but I hear a lot of newscasts from Cuba, Mexico, all the way to South America. And wow, talk about how they talk about the world and what their opinions are of any part of the country or any part of the world, I should say. It's so different. I mean, even if you listen to the BBC or if you listen to the English version of Germany Democracy Now, the program they have on what's that, free air, even the American radio, American Free Europe. I mean, some of the things that they say on there is like, wow, that's unbelievable. They say things like that. And then if anybody tells me they believe everything they read on the internet, oh, come on.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter where it comes from.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's similarities in what they say. Even though they criticize another country, there's still similarities in what they say. I don't know if they borrow it, plagiarize it. I don't know. It just seems the same.
I remember this one news outlet that was pointing out something interesting. They were saying, that of the television and radio stations that there are across America, there is a good pile of them that are owned by the same people and basically controlled by a small group of people. And they said, this is what we mean by that. And there was a kind of a policy position that was being supported by the one station. They said, blah, 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 and we think blah, 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 blah. And then they played another station and 2 different people, but the same words came out of their mouth. And then they did that another dozen or 2 times. And it was like, what? And he's, yeah, this is what the teleprompter said. So that's what the talking heads read. And at every station, they decided that they were going to craft their message. Mm-hmm. And they all read the exact same story, whether it's true or not, these guys can manipulate the news. No problem.
Hello, Joanne. Welcome back.
Hey, had a lovely shower.
Good. Let me ask you a question. You're probably taking a shower, but you did take your time, but you didn't do your hair. Am I right?
I ended up doing my. No, I didn't do my hair. I just.
Okay. Yeah, because I know women with long hair take time.
That is why I cut my damn hair off.
Yeah, I have short hair now. I can show you, but.
I just had long hair until just the other day, and you know what I found? Just sleeping, it was a pain in the ass. I mean, it was. She's got a bob.
Oh, no, I haven't.
It's like a bulb.
Short.
And red too, huh?
Yeah, red.
As a matter of fact, I've got cousins that got red hair. That's why we call ourselves some of our family members the Black Irish, because they got red hair.
I
Even when
dyed my hair red.
even when
You
I
know
grow a beard,
You know, I
one
dyed my hair
face
red.
red, the other one is pure black. When it was color at that time, now it's all white now. Not that I'm gonna grow a beard anytime soon.
You don't want to get in trouble or anything.
Oh no.
Well, I need a drink, so you'll have to excuse me a moment.
Go ahead. You're welcome, Kate. What? You know, that one thing that I can tell you, there have been points in my life where I've had to turn both my cheeks, and I'm not talking about the ones on my face also. But when you get to the fourth one, I just usually walk away from the bad people. It's easier that way.
How do I get a nice profile picture like you?
The one I've got here, or you mean?
Yeah.
Well, it's been a long time since I did this, but I think you do it where it says, oh shoot. Help me out, guys, in the chat. How do you get a picture, an avatar like this on the on our screen? Well, how'd you do the picture you got now? The one with you in the blouse.
I put that one there.
Oh, what did you want? A different kind of picture?
I put that one there because I had my name changed because people were harassing me.
Oh, okay. What kind of picture do you want to put up? I mean, is it you can put any picture as an avatar.
I'll probably just put one of Lady Gaga up or something for this, but
You know, it's been such a long time. I don't remember how to do that, but I'll find out and probably catch you later and tell you. But for the most part, I really don't know I don't really remember.
it's okay.
But yeah, I changed it from me being the picture because I didn't want my glasses to keep reflecting the screen, so that's why I changed it to that. That's my dad's division patch. That's why I put it up there, because he's been gone 2 years now, and I just it just seemed like World War II was getting so far and distant, and I remember all the families from all over the world and all over the countries that fought against Nazis. And
Yeah, my granddad died in 2017, and I only knew him for 2 years because he wasn't in my life. So
wow, my grandson knew my dad for 7 years before he passed.
Yeah,
My
like
son knew him for 30 years.
Yeah, you can only meet your family member before it. Like you meet your family member when you can, and then they die. It's really sad. It's tragic, actually. I only knew him for 2 years. I didn't even get a third year.
Wow,
that's traumatic, isn't it?
Do you know much of the story?
Yeah, him and my mum fell out, and he wanted to be with his wife, so he just ignored my mum and our family for years.
Let me preface this by saying I know what you went through, because when my grandma was still alive, the whole family was together, and then once grandma passed away, we sort of like drifted apart, and the brothers sort of drifted also, and the sisters all, and there was 14 of my dad's siblings, including himself. And after the older ones started passing away, the younger ones started meeting, and we seemed to have a better family recognition after the older ones died for some reason. And
his wife died, and that's when I met all his family.
I see what I mean.
Yeah, and then he died.
That's the way it happens, but
then he died, and I met. Sorry, then he died. Then I met his brothers from Ireland and whatnot. It was fun.
Mm-hmm. Have you met his siblings? I mean, his progeny, his kids or their kids?
He didn't have kids with his wife, I think.
Oh.
So I just met his brothers. I would have met his sister, but she died a few months after him. So
That is well, you can always still search their past. I mean, you can ask neighbors and friends, exes, girlfriends, ex-girlfriends, ex husbands, or family members. I mean, people they do have a memory for people's past. It's just it's not carried on after no one else can listen or wants to listen, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hear that all the time. I mean, I have a friend of mine that's on YouTube, and he doesn't know his father's other than he was like 3 years old. He knew went to high school in Hawaii. He knew that year he graduated. He knows the year he was born, but he doesn't have any pictures of his dad.
Oh,
Yeah,
why?
and he's in his 30s. His mom and his dad split up when he was small, and his family didn't like his mom and him for whatever reason. Okay, Native Warrior, glad you came in, man.
Have a good one, Warrior.
There's another friend of mine that comes in here too. His name is Ant Orda. In Ant Orda, I find out his name is Anthony. And sometimes they'll come in and he'll be working. So what are you doing? You're supposed to be at work. And he still comes on. But he seems to do it all right.
Yeah, something traumatic happened with my dad. I don't know if I could stay on the stream because we just met.
Mom, the only thing that I say is whatever you're comfortable with. If there's something uncomfortable you don't want to say, you don't have to.
If you got any social media, I might tell you then.
Okay. The other thing I have social media is email and what else do I have? Email and Facebook. That's it. And Facebook, very rarely do I use it for messaging unless you leave me a message that you'll be here and that. But for the most part, the only reason I got it is because people are telling me, you got to go on Facebook. The coin community is awesome there. And that's why. I'm getting a lot of messages that they're on YouTube, so they'll message me there, and then I'll go to YouTube.
Is it just like a coin page for you on Facebook, or is it your personal?
It's a community of people that talk about coins, trade coins, sell coins. They talk about coins on RPMs, DDOs, which is double die up first, and they'll talk. Hey, is this an error? Oh, they'll talk about like we go on Q&A on Thursday nights at well, it depends on what time zone you're in, but it's in the United States about 5:30 Eastern time, so that would be 2:30 my time, and so it's pretty intense because they send pictures and they talk. Whoops, I don't know if you still hear me. FB is the devil.
Oh. It's Facebook. Facebook is the devil.
Well, if the rest of Facebook is the devil, then I'm the only one that's not into that. Because I just use it as coin, you know. I don't use it for my family, even though some found me and I put them in. I said, hey, this is my coin channel, blah blah blah, and that, and that's what I tell them. I said, this is not it for for rumor mills or friendship collecting for a number of likes. I don't do that.
Friendship collecting, I like that.
Well, it just seems like they want to see how many.
I know what you mean.
And there's no depth to it. I mean, you can't talk to 10,000 people in a week.
You barely knew them in the first place.
I clicked off.
Everybody does it. Don't worry about it.
I changed the profile picture to someone, so.
So is she someone famous?
Yeah, she's an actress from England.
Okay. Oh, who's the American actress that became a duchess? What's her name?
Meghan something, isn't it?
Meghan Markle.
There you go.
She doesn't want to be a duchess or something, didn't she, or whatever?
I'm not into celebrities. I mean, I saw Clint Eastwood, which is one of the biggest cowboy and cop and what army movie guy, and I saw him, and I wasn't going gaga, but people around him were like taking thousands of pictures and bugging him because he was at an ice cream parlor getting ice cream for his granddaughter, and people were just bugging the crap out of him. And I felt sorry for the guy. So, I mean, I acknowledged that he saw me. I looked at him and I said hi, and then I went to the next order in line to get my ice cream.
Yeah.
We raised money to help.
Who was in front of you, sorry?
I'm sorry?
Who was in front of you?
Clint Eastwood. He's he's the one that does movie. He's a director now. He did Torino. He did Kelly's Heroes. He did Harry, the Harry series. What do you call him?
Dirty Harry.
Dirty Harry. That's what it was.
He's an iconic American TV star known more for gritty roles and westerns.
And especially like for The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. He was the tall American. He did the. Well, he did those too. What would they call them? Spaghetti westerns. Very.
2 Mules for Sister Sarah for a few dollars more. Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I think it was some others.
Did you know he was born in the 30s?
Oh yeah, he's 83.
Yep. He's been in the industry a long time. When did he become an actor? Do you know?
Back in the 50s. He was on Rawhide, the television program.
Why wasn't he acting in the 40s?
Because I think he served in the service in Korea.
Or in the 1940s, did he?
1950. Well, if Korea was from 1950 to 1953.
Oh,
yeah.
In the 40s, too.
But during the war, doesn't a lot of movie making take kind of a pause? So a guy like that might not have a lot of work to do while we're all busy trying to kill other people.
Yeah, there wasn't much, but there were Disney films, weren't there?
Yeah, they were.
Those were animated,
right? Actually, Clint Eastwood is 90 years old. He was born May 31st, 1930. And let's see. He was in Rawhide.
It might not be doing so.
Can you see when he was first acting, please?
Sure. Let's see.
Kellogg's cornflake commercial, 1932.
I can't believe he's 90 years old.
I know, it's crazy.
He started in the 1950s.
Hector, don't look in the mirror anytime soon, brother.
Yeah, don't tell me about that. Yeah, I know.
He was gorgeous as a young lad. He was gorgeous as a young lad, I must say.
We all were.
But you know something? He's kept his shape for. He still runs a lot from what I hear. But at 90, I don't know if he's doing that anymore.
He's doing what?
Running. He was a runner.
This sucks that I can't take StreamYards off my screen without it leaving.
Well, he's over 50 films. He has his old Hang 'em High in 68. Let me see. Played Misty for Me, Breezy, The Outlaw of Wales, Heartbreak Ridge, Bird, Unforgiven. The Bridge of Madison County was a yuck. I mean, that was like sappy. Space Cowboys, Mystic River, $1 Million Baby. That was a good movie. Flags of Our Father, good movie. Letters from Iwo Jima, yes. Changeling, I haven't seen that one. Gran Torino, Invictus. So he's been in the movie since the 1950s. Doesn't say he was
How many decades is that then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 decades, isn't it?
No, 7.
Why is
50s,
that
60s,
7
80s,
decades?
odds, 10s.
5 plus 2.
Excuse me.
From the 50s to the 2000s, now we're in 2020. So
Try not to cough so much.
it's hard sometimes.
I know. I'm trying to see if he ever was in the military.
I know a guy with COPD.
Mhm.
He goes into a store these days and people go nuts. He can't help but cough, right? So they all look at him like he's, Typhoid Mary.
I remember something about him being in the military. I can't remember. Yeah, he was drafted in the Army in 1951 for the Korean War. He served at Fort Ord as a swim instructor because he was a lifeguard before when he was in, where was he born? Yeah, California, Point Reyes. Yeah, so he was in the military. Show his picture.
Oh yeah, he wasn't in the military and he was a firefighter.
You might be right because I didn't read that part. He was 90 and just had a threesome in his last move. A threesome? With a drug mule and he has it made.
He had a threesome? What?
You know,
What
you know who's living like a threesome? I just saw it on an interview program. Charlie Sheen. He's got his girlfriend and he's got his wife, and they have a baby together. All three of them. And
That's really old news, though. He's been living a life of debauchery for quite some time.
well, yeah, but I didn't realize it until just last week. And the thing is, he has no apologies for his lifestyle or his love of porn. That's what he said.
No.
What?
Why not? Live unapologetically, I suppose.
Right.
Who said they loved porn or whatever?
Martin Sheen.
No, Charlie Sheen. Charlie.
Charlie Sheen, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Martin Sheen is the dad.
From 3.5 Men, the sitcom from American TV.
He also did Apocalypse Now. He did Navy SEALs.
Hot Shots Part 2.
Yeah. I love British accent with my W accent. Accent not so awesome.
His Wisconsin accent.
Oh,
AVG has that strong, how we say a strong Wisconsin accent, strong Wisconsin accent.
hey, speaking of Russia, one of the opponents to Putin just got transferred to Germany.
Does he know how to make rocket?
Well, I guess he was poisoned because he was such a
Another poison guy.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. They know how to poison guys, those Russians.
Yeah,
They're really good at it.
They assumed that someone poisoned his tea.
They got that guy and inadvertently his daughter there that other day, a few months, half a year back or whatever. Yeah, they're very big on knocking off people that piss them off.
Oh yeah. There was one in Germany that was killed when two boys saw. This is when they didn't know nothing what happened before that. But two boys saw a man throw his electrical scooter into the waterway wherever they were at, and they told the police, "Hey, this guy threw something in the." They thought it was stolen, or I don't know what the real reason why they looked, but they found the guy had changed his clothes, put on a wig, or took off a wig, and they caught the guy, and he was an assassin for, I don't know, but they somehow connected him to Putin's.
Oh, Clint Eastwood founded a popular British themed pub.
Is that under Wikipedia?
Yeah, it's not a thing about him.
So
Oh,
we
that's
knew,
right.
we
You
knew he
wouldn't
was
have
good
the
for
same-
something.
Yeah, they wouldn't have the same search engine as they do in England as they do in the United States. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, my accent, I don't have one, so most of the kids and people think that when they hear me on speaker or on the phone, oh, let me get. Can I talk to your dad? No, I am the owner of the house. So that sometimes happens. Oh yeah, rawhide. That was my movement. Out, rawhide. I remember that. That was one of my favorite. Yeah, the neat one was someone put some kind of radioactive. The one who died in Germany also. Well, for some reason they go to Germany, but someone got a little BB, smaller than a BB, and it was some kind of radioactive material that you only get from enriched uranium, and they linked it to the some force in Russia. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what they were saying, but yeah, I mean, this guy puts people out.
If you can slip a tablet into someone's coffee, well, it avoids an awful lot of mess. Well, it's murder by numbers. 1, 2, 3. It's as easy to learn as your ABCs. Murder by numbers. 1, 2, 3. It's as easy to learn as your ABCDEs.
Hey, Mike,
2, 3.
can I show you something, Mike Badger? 1875 Indian head cents that has the dot on the end in one. The die was purposely gouged by the bosses of the mint to catch a guy stealing coins. They tried to deny it until they showed him the mark. Oh,
Wow, that's a good one.
yeah. And what did they do with the marked ones? I bought this from Cent Hoarder. Oh, it reminds me. Cent Hoarder is having a auction Saturday, 6 p.m. Hold on. Well, he's got a video. Cent Hoarder. Oops. Can't see it that way. Oops. Not that way either. Let's do it this way. Cent Hoarder. I bought this from him. It's a Great Britain 4 pence dated 1864. That was a purchase I made. That's a neat story there, Mike. I'm gonna hold it until you can say you saw it. Oh, darn, this light's bad. And not only that, in the 5,000 pennies that I did a bag in, this was one of the coins that was in the bag. It's a foreign coin, but I found out it's a token. Look at the date on it.
Did you know that Clint Eastwood's wife is like 55?
Yeah, a lot of younger ladies like older men with money.
There's
Sorry.
nothing wrong with that. I mean, at least she's in her 50s. It's not a big difference, really, is it?
Well, to be surprised in some of the celebrities' wives are in their 20s and 30s.
Yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio has a 20-year-old woman and he's 40. A bit extreme, but hey ho.
Well, I haven't heard. I shouldn't say this, but I've heard less strange ages difference. I mean, I've heard more combinations. Yeah, I'm really surprised that I got these two. Actually, I got two more, but they're over there on the other table. I bought this one also from Cent Hoarder. This one is 1870, 20 centavos, Mexico. So I'm gonna start. It's gonna be expensive because Mexico started their mint in 1535, That would be quite a bit of. Let's say a few pence is a lot.
Pretty expensive to pick up those early coins, I would think.
Well, yeah, you're talking an 8-piece doubloons, solid 50 pesetas. Badger used to pay for lunch in grade school with those. Oh, that's actually lemon head penny. There's only one that I'm aware of, and that's in Morelos. And now a lot of the Spanish gold that they say is Spanish gold was taken from Mexico, Peru, Chile, Guatemala, Venezuela, because they each have their own mints as old as Mexico's, but Mexico's the first one in North America and South America. I had no homemade chili and cornbread for supper. I'm not really crazy about cornbread. How about you, Darren?
I can take it or leave it.
Yeah. My wife makes an awesome chili though.
Our chili always seems to lack something. There's just the wife doesn't like it very spicy, so take it pretty
You don't need it spicy. You just need it tasty.
Yeah, and so she's scared of anything that's a little too maybe strong, whereas, I'd heap it in there.
Well, I know the Casa Moneda de Mexico. I know that one.
Looks like we've lost Joanne again.
She'll be there.
She'll be back.
Yeah, the other thing too is I thought of getting a goal of buying 3 different 1-ounce goals. One of them is Canadian maple leaf, St. Gaudens, United States, and the last one is La Rita.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. I told you I can't leave the StreamYard for some reason.
Oh, there should be a button where it says leave studio, and that'll take you off.
Well, I don't want to leave the studio.
Oh,
I want to still be here,
Yeah, no, fine.
You just using your phone, right?
Yeah. I'm just using my phone. But it
To me, chili is with hamburgers or hot dogs, not with cornbread.
I'm actually using my computer.
I was talking to somebody about getting I'm using a laptop right now, and it's fine, but I seem to be having issues with space. I need like a 6-foot table. I need the screens away from the table, up above me, maybe, and storage.
Do you want to just plug stuff into your laptop, like more screens and more storage, or do you want to do something more?
I want to do a 3-screen, one for my research, one for viewing my coin, and one for doing my YouTube. Mike Badger says he was knocked off the panel for no reason tonight, also, about 3 times. It could be a lot of people were going online loud earlier. I know that was an issue before. And even the school district made the news that they couldn't get their students online because of so many people being on. Or damage to something. I forget what. I think it was both. The damage and the overflow went to a certain circuit, and they accidentally broke something, I guess. Must be getting late because it went at the peak of our talking. We had about 16 people, 17 people. Now we're down to 7. So it might be that it's getting late for people back east.
We got a report from our friend Cajun Coin Hunter. He's made it through the storm.
But he still has no power.
Yeah, no power.
I'm glad. Because this Laurel one was a bad storm. Hey, Joanne, and Darren, I have to go see a man about a horse. I'll be
All
back
right,
in a minute.
you shall. Dun, 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 bonanza. Ah, I could take over the stream while he's gone. I'm nowhere near as interesting as Hector, though. Things like hockey interest me
Why did he mute?
because he's gone off for a moment to have a private chat with the Cosbys.
Oh, I see.
Storm looks like it's coming my way now, says Mike. I hope not.
Oh, no.
EVG, stop complaining my drone footage. I take 1 terabyte. I need to edit and delete it. Who's whining about your drone footage? They don't got no drone of their own to compare, so, you you basically say, fuck that. EVG's got, he's got some patrons that are helping him, and he's out in the woods. He's got a gold mining claim that he has shown us a couple of times on his channel now. Pretty
You
cool.
have a channel.
Oh yeah. You can find
Do you
Dimebag
do
Darren.
Do you do live streams or?
No, I pretty much no. I'm too small. Too small.
How many
Only
subscribers do you have? Like,
180.
I only have like
See, I told you.
I'm even smaller. I only have 20 something. I'm not.
I have a lot of videos though, but all my videos are around Canadian coins. I just have pictures of different Canadian coins, stills, videos going around in circles. It's not very. Actually, I'll tell you what I'd like you to do though. Do visit my channel and scroll down, and you'll find me singing a song or two. I've got some Chris
Okay.
Cornell, some oh hell, I don't even know what's there anymore. But it is a varied channel. It's not all about coins. It's not supposed to be, but just lately that is what has been the majority. But Dimebag Darren Low. Might as well just self-promote.
I'm thirsty when I jump. Is there more Coke or not? Sorry, I'm
Thanks.
just.
No problem.
My family's going out, so I'll be alone in the house for a few hours. That'll be alright. I mean, I'm only on here, so it's good.
Well, we'll try to keep you company. My little puppy dog, my Chihuahua, I got a little chair beside me you can't see, and she's curled up in a little ball. My other two are sleeping elsewhere in the house, God knows where. I'm here by the front window here, and you can see even traffic driving by every now and then.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm on a pretty main street, even though it is 1:45 in the morning.
Do you know what happened this week? I unsubscribed to a lot of people.
You got to do that every now and then.
Yeah, I trust
How
me.
many subscriptions have you got?
20 something, like 23 or 24 or something.
No, I don't mean people subscribe to your channel. You said you unsubscribed. Now, I've got. Let me just see here.
God, I don't know how. I think I have over 100 easily.
I have 738 subscriptions to different channels.
Wow, are they mostly history or you got?
No,
you don't like history, do you?
I'm not a history buff by any particular means. I enjoy it, maybe more than the average person, but not much more.
Well, I'm subscribed to a lot of history channels, a lot of other channels. Yeah.
I got some music production channels. I'm into that. I'm, of course, doing the currency collecting and that sort of thing. I follow Big Brother, that show I enjoy, so I've got channels related to that. I follow technology because I work for technology companies. So
When you say Big Brother, do you get to watch full episodes or not?
well, this is Big Brother US, and where we live in Canada, I get everything. I get the live feed, 4-camera live feed from the house. In fact, I don't even know why I'm not watching that. I usually have that up on a screen as well.
Hmm.
So, that's live basically. So then there's the show that comes on 3 times a week, not like the British one where it's on every single day when it used to be on. I used to love being able to see that, and Bit on the Side. I used to love Bit on the Side with
How do
Rylan.
you feel about the British one?
I've watched every single one.
What's better, the American one or the British one?
Well, the British one has, involvement of the people, but it wasn't like I ever got to vote, so for me, it was still just something I was watching from afar, but I do like the way that you get to vote, whereas American, when you don't get to vote, it's all done in-house, right?
Oh, I see.
And Canadian one is very much like the American one, except for just a little bit slightly different, just very slightly different. So,
Yeah. Do you like Keeping Up with the Kardashians? That's a reality show, isn't it?
no.
No.
No, I only like one reality show, Big Brother, because firstly, it was one of the very, 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 very first. There are some that have done more seasons now, but Big Brother, I think, started very early in the whole reality TV genre.
Yeah,
And
there was a stupid one about a rock star. Can't remember.
oh, you make me laugh. I'm so funny. That was called was it Rockstar Supernova? I tried out for
Something about like this British rock star. He's Aussie something, and he has a wife Sharon, and
oh, well, what do you mean? That's Ozzy Osbourne. He has his
yeah,
own.
he had a reality show. It's cringy. I watched a
Yeah.
clip of it.
No,
It's cringy.
he's an iconic rock and roller that loved by many. He's just very old now, and he has his ways, and they are sort of fun to watch. But no, nothing like that. They did do the band In Excess was looking for a new lead singer after theirs.
What does Sharon do? She's not just like famous for nothing, is she?
Well, she was early the band's manager. Now that was really quite a band. Like they had, that was oh, what the hell were they called now? Sorry, brain damage. Well, I mean, there was Ozzy Osbourne, of course, and but before that was Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath was an iconic British rock band that Sharon was the manager of. Ozzy was born, I think he was married before Sharon as well. He was married while he was in the band, divorced, and then ended up marrying Sharon in the end. She's like the only person that could keep a handle on this guy.
Yeah. I wonder what Sharon looked like when she was young.
I'm sure she was a good-looking lady. She still is.
Yeah, she still is.
I want to look it up, but I don't want to get off the stream, for fuck's sake.
Somebody rode by on his bike. He had this big thumping stereo. I don't know what it was attached to, if it was on in his backpack or what, but he had that thumping stereo riding his bike down the road. Proud as can be. That's hilarious.
That's funny because in my day, my dad would say, "Don't leave that open. Someone shoot us through the window."
This is Canada, man.
I know everybody's nice in Canada.
Nobody thinks like that. That's just not that doesn't. And I live in Abbotsford. You can look it up. Abbotsford is known to be one of the. Well, I mean, if I heard gunshots right now, I wouldn't be overly surprised.
Like,
I have family members in LA, and one time I went to visit them. This was a long time ago, but everybody's sitting on the floor. I'm going, what are you sitting on the floor for? So that the bullets from the street, because the house was higher than the street, so the bullets wouldn't hit them.
And that's so random because that's funny. I mean, bullets, they don't give a flying. Nobody shooting bullets in the city cares about what's happening downrange.
Oh, Sunhurter says their first wife was Thelma Riley.
Thelma Riley. Could be. No, what I was saying about Big Brother, though, Big Brother was the only show that offered the people who watched it a 24/7 live experience to the people in the show while you weren't watching the show. And that's what makes Big Brother different. It doesn't matter what other reality show you watch. When you're watching it, it is already over. You will not watch any live segments. They are all finished. And that's why Big Brother is different. Every week you get one live segment where the eviction happens. Right after that, you can tune in using the internet and follow the aftermath. There is nothing liver than Big Brother. That's why it's the best reality television show that there has ever been and will ever be, unless somebody does something similar to
Hey,
it.
Alden.
Alden.
Alden Davis is in the house.
Hey, what? Alden Davis in the house.
EVG, no one wants to marry me? K. What says that?
Alden Davis, Sent Hoarder, David Carlisle, EVG Hobbies, Hector himself, K. What? And Mike Badger and me and Joanne. I think that's the room.
I think she had another one of those phone episodes.
Brain fart. Phone brain. Kaboom. God knows I spend enough for the damn internet connection I got. I better not have internet farts.
Well, she was on. I think she said she was on the phone, so it might be.
Yeah, she is. EVG, just come back with enough gold and the wife problem will take care of itself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not saying it'll be good. Just saying.
Ain't not going to be bad either. I mean, it depends on who's getting the riches.
Yeah, I swapped the whole living room here, Hector, 180 degrees.
Did you change the direction of your...
Yeah.
Cool.
180 degrees. They wanted me closer to the window here for ventilation purposes, so... Yeah,
that's one thing I'm going to have to worry about, because the room that I want to take, because I have a fourth bedroom that's not being used at all. But since we moved my mother-in-law's and father-in-law stuff to our house, since they closed the house up, and
I just looked her up, and she was okay as a young woman.
I've never been much more than okay, so I'm very, very. I don't believe that I can be judgmental. You know, it's not my place.
She was just okay. I was expecting her to be a stunning, but she was just eh.
What was her name?
Sharon something.
Sharon.
Well, I don't know what it was. Yeah, Sharon. Before Sharon Osbourne, who knows? You know, kindness goes way further than looks. It really, really does.
Yeah.
She has a website, huh?
I know some stunning people who are horrible people. Horrible people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know something? I don't think beauty has any
correlation.
Right, but for some reason we correlate beauty with gentleness and nurturing and appeal. But when they become that how should I put it? That meanness. Yeah, there's a difference.
Yeah. Well, that's for that. Almost done. God darn it.
I think she looks better nowadays than she did when she was younger.
Well, yeah, she's got plastic surgery, hasn't she?
And if you can afford it.
I mean, Cher has it done.
Yeah, over and over again.
Yeah.
I don't know what age she actually is anymore. I mean, Cher.
She
looks 30, of course, with the surgery and all.
No, I don't think she looks 30 to me, honestly. But I mean, she looks way less than her age. There's no two ways about it. But
Yeah, Thelma Riley was his first wife.
Who was?
And she was a stunner.
What was her name?
Thelma Riley,
Huh.
Ozzy's first wife.
Was she pretty?
I would say so. She reminds me of well, that's my era, 70s. Yeah, so.
Is it? Could anyone show up on the screen or?
Let
Yeah,
me see if I can do it. I haven't done it in a while.
it can be done.
Mm-hmm.
He's a goer. Go ahead, mate. Show it on the screen now. In a photograph, you know. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Give us a photograph.
Okay.
Come on. Ah, there we go. What we have there? He's a brunette, she is.
Right
Oh,
there.
she's beautiful.
And he adopted her first child.
Ozzy, what a good man, eh? You'll love him.
What was her child? Was it? I think he had Kelly with Sharon, didn't he? I think.
Right.
Yes.
And Jack.
Yeah.
Yes, there's another one you don't know. She's not on the show. She didn't want to be in it. So they kept her out. Yeah. They kept her out on purpose. She's there, but she's not on the show.
Huh.
An older sister.
There's that's his ex-wife, Jack's ex-wife, 1 million. Whoa. I guess you got to pay for beauty. You see the picture I'm talking about?
You mean that one on the? You can see that you could just see that coming, can't you?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
No, what I'm saying is, Jack has certain talents. I'm not sure what they are, but we're all gifted with something. He's not a rock star. He's not a superstar like his dad was. There's no way he ever pulled down the coin that his dad did. But that girl, you would have to evaluate her closely to be sure that it's not, the lifestyle that she wants to marry into.
Now, is that his current wife?
I don't know. I don't know what his current situation is.
Yeah.
I hope he's happily in love and having a great time, and I hope you hope the best for everyone, don't you? Don't you?
Remember I was telling you earlier about my sister? I had that same feeling. I told you so. I'm not going to do that.
My sister's first husband, he seemed to be really nice, but he was a real Jekyll and Hyde, this guy. The stories she'd tell when there was nobody around versus the cordial individual who was, whenever anybody I knew was around, boy, complete turnaround. You look at your baby sister, she's crying and she's telling you what she's telling you. It's like, yeah, I believe you 100%. I don't,
I took a little longer because I was getting hungry, so I went and made a ham sandwich.
We've been on this for 4 hours and my phone's been heated up the whole time.
What kind of phone have you got?
An Android.
Well, that means one of about 10 million phones.
No.
Which one do you like?
The one I have, I guess. I like it better than an iPhone. This one's bigger than an iPhone, so
Good night, Alden.
better.
Good night, Alden. So is it a Samsung, a typical kind of unit, or do you got one that's only available in Europe, like a One Plus or something?
It's called an Honor.
Honor, yeah. That's Huawei. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the Honor line. I know all about this crap.
You can't get them, can you? So,
Hmm?
you can't get them in Canada, can you?
Well, you can actually. Canada has not got the kind of restrictions on Huawei that the U.S. does. I can still buy Huawei phones if I want to.
Why do they have restrictions in the US though?
I'm sorry. Why? I'm sorry. I didn't quite get the question.
Why do they have restrictions on the phone in the US?
Because Huawei is a company that operates in China. The Chinese government has its tentacles into pretty much every company in China, and the laws there are basically that if the Chinese government wants to see your books, you have no right to keep them from those books. So if Huawei has a lot of phones in the United States, might be possible for an operative of the Chinese government to put some sort of programming into the phone so that it might just report back to a server that then reports back to China. It wouldn't have to report back to China necessarily. It could report to a server in the United States, that would then report to China, but it might be gathering information about American citizens. So because of the way that no Chinese company can really be separate from the Chinese government, they've decided to basically ban Huawei, their devices, and more importantly, their infrastructure. It isn't really
Does
about
that
their
mean I'm
stupid
getting watched right now?
phones.
Does that mean I'm getting watched right now?
Oh, you're being watched before. We're on YouTube.
And it doesn't mean that also other companies not doing the same thing.
Yeah, and the thing is too, honestly, if they're really watching me, they're really wasting their time. I just say to the guy who's watching me, watch somebody else. I want you to catch the bad guy. I'm just not him. I don't want you to waste your time. Please serve your country the best way you know how, and that's by not bothering with me. That being said, but as I say, it's more about the infrastructure. Right now, countries are rolling out the new 5G infrastructure, which will bring faster speeds to people's phones for internet connections, and not brainwashing and not crowd control and not all that other bullshit. But the thing is, new equipment has to be installed, and so new equipment has to be purchased. So manufacturers who make this equipment have to be turned to, and Huawei is one of those companies that make all the equipment that make all the 5G networks work. But there's other ones, other companies as well. So in the United States, no Huawei equipment will be used to deploy their 5G network in any way, shape, or form. And on top of that, Mr. Trump, being the alarmist that he is, has said, okay, and no Huawei phones of any kind. And Google's got to stop dealing with them because Google is like an American company as well. So pretty much that's it. In Canada, we're not going to use Huawei infrastructure, but we're not so concerned if you use a Huawei phone. Phones interactions can be monitored, and Android is an open source operating system that can be scoured through by a person who knows what they're looking for, so that code that would be malicious could very easily be found. So I'm not worried about Huawei devices. I'm not fond of them overly. They're not that special. I don't want to see a Huawei infrastructure anywhere, honestly. Not in the United States, not in Britain, not here in Canada. We don't need it. We've got Sony Ericsson. They know how to do it. There's a few others that know how to do it. We don't need Chinese crap in our system. We'd be better off without it. And there you go. Since I kind of know a little bit about it, there's some stuff about it.
In China, they watch over their citizens, don't they? With like drone and whatever.
Well, I don't know how they do it because I've never been there. I know of a channel that the guy's straight out of there, and he tells some stories. He is an American guy who went over to China, married a Chinese lady, learned how to speak and write Chinese, taught English in Chinese schools, and then had to flee for his life, basically. And he didn't really ever do anything wrong, but he also never said nothing nice about the Chinese government, and may have said a few, not so nice things about the Chinese government, which you are not allowed to do. So,
What did you say?
well, I mean, what would you say? They're not nice to their people. They're not. They're clamping down on Hong Kong. Even that much, saying that much is enough to get you chased out of China. But his channel is called Laowhy86, LAOWHY, like Lao Y, WHY 86, and he's got some very interesting stories to tell. I believe that he's telling them from the first person. And him and another Brit had got motorcycles and toured all around different parts of China that you wouldn't think a person should go to, but they went and they tell their story, and I found it well worth watching. They do a regular update from their perspective from China as well. They still have family members over there, and they get a kind of a different report that's not necessarily filtered like the news might be.
Well, it's just like Korea and North Korea. The big thing is smuggling videos from north to south and south mostly to north for the movies, because they don't allow Western movies in North Korea at all, because it's a bad influence.
How is it a bad influence?
Well, think of it this way.
It's Western influence.
Yeah, because they don't want Western democracy to filter in, even through our even European or even Indo-Chinese or Bollywood's really big. I mean, they don't like to see any kind of outside influence. Like, for example, North Korea only allows a certain number of haircuts for men. And it's unbelievable that they would even consider you can only wear your hair this way. But that's the influence they have in North Korea.
I mean,
But-
no offense. At least Hitler didn't make his people style their hair.
No, but he did say you could look this certain way, and you couldn't measure. I mean, they would take measurements of Aryans.
No,
Aryan.
Yeah, he took it to a different level altogether. He wanted you to be fair-skinned, blue-eyed, and blonde, even though he wasn't personally. There was a level of engineering going on well past hairstyle, unfortunately, for all of us.
He was genetically engineering specifically
The master race.
The master race, yeah.
What an idiot.
Even though he didn't look like the Aryans were supposed to be from.
Did he kill people with brown eyes and stuff like that then?
Yep.
What about green eyes?
Probably if you were either Jewish or Catholic or a teacher or a philosopher that didn't think his way.
They killed White Rose members.
He was a madman. He had a lot of reasons to kill people. None of them good.
Well, he said he hated the Jews for the money and stuff, didn't he, I think?
Well, he believed also that the Treaty of Versailles was very anti-German. And it was a humiliation in the sense that the country was brought to his knees in World War I. And with the Treaty of Versailles, he used that as part of his mantra that the world was against Russia, against Germany, and that he would take revenge or put Germany back on its pedestal of grandness, I guess. Yes, I've heard that, but I haven't found any documentation that says that Hitler was half Jewish, because he was actually raised as a Catholic and was an altar boy.
How was he half Jewish?
It's possible that his father was German and his mom was Jewish.
And then he kills Jewish people for nothing. It's like me killing Irish people because because I don't like them and stuff like that, and I'm Irish myself, a bit Irish myself. What sense does that make?
I don't think we're going to come to an understanding of the sense that Hitler had in his head for the reason for what he did, but suffice to say, the guy almost pulled it off. So, I mean, we're so close to all speaking, German, really. I mean,
the story goes that if the three axis won, half the United States would have been speaking Japanese, and the other half would be speaking German. And then Italy would have the lower half of Africa, or the top half of Africa. I forget what they were trying to divide up the world with.
I guess England would be speaking German.
Yep. Achtung, baby.
It's surprising. It's only what, a few hundred miles across the ocean or across the waterway. The closest point is like something like 60 miles between Europe and England.
Yeah, I don't know why Germany bombed England. I think it's because we didn't want them to take Poland or something.
Who did they bomb?
They bombed England, didn't they?
Oh yeah.
And I don't know why. I can't remember now.
Wasn't most of that bombing First World War?
No.
No, second, right? Right, because they had planes and rockets.
Right. And the World War One was mostly in France and trenches.
Apparently, World War One was worse because more people died.
I don't think so. I think more people died during World War Two.
I mean, yeah, at least in World War One, they weren't gassing people.
No, they were gassing on the front lines. They used mustard gas. They used not cyanide. What they used mustard gas and something else. I guess both sides used it. I'm not even sure.
The English had swords and the Germans had guns, I think.
I think they both had guns. That's why
I don't think England had guns at the time. I think they only had swords. Could be wrong.
Checking now.
What was that document that draws out the policy that you have during war, that of how soldiers are to be treated?
Oh, you mean the Geneva Convention?
Yeah, the Geneva Convention. When was that? Was that not after the First War, between the two wars, or was it after the Second World War? The Geneva Convention.
It was before World War II. Because I remember some of the movies, it said you had to follow the Geneva Convention rules. And let's see. Geneva Convention. Let's see. What are the laws? What are the four Geneva Conventions? What happens if you break in the conventions? No, this is not it. PDF. I don't want PDF of that.
You're supposed to treat your captured foe reasonably humanely.
1929.
Not torture the crap out of them.
Not only that, you can't use gas as a sense of warfare.
The battlefield, as a battlefield weapon.
Humane treatment of the soldier who surrenders. July 27th, 1929.
I mean, when people surrender, you're not supposed to give them a leadectomy?
Guess not.
I guess not.
Well, it started with the Hague regulations in 1899 and the year 1907. Before the course of World War I, they revealed several deficiencies of the lack of precision. Such defects were probably overcome by special arrangements by the belligerents in Bern in 1917 and 1918. In 1921, the International Red Cross Conference held in Geneva expressed a wish that a special convention on the treatment of prisoners of war be adopted. The International Committee of the Red Cross drew up a convention draft, which was submitted to the diplomatic conference convened in Geneva in 1929. So I did start after World War One.
There we are, back to history.
Mustard gas, yeah, World War One, yeah. Yeah, my it's funny because my dad, when he went in the service, a lot of guys didn't wear flak jackets, and then during the Korean War, they had some kind of flak jacket, and then Vietnam had some body armor, and now the guys right now in the service wear body armor. They even carry mustard gas masks just in case. He wasn't the first to use gas, nor the last to use it. Hey, Midnight, how you doing?
Did you know that the Germans didn't just kill the Jewish people? They killed the gypsies and all types of other people.
Mm-hmm. Intellects, homosexuals.
Why did they kill homosexuals? What was their reasoning for that?
I'm sorry?
Why did they kill homosexuals?
Because to them it was a deviant behavior.
What do you mean in deviant?
Not the normal male and female relationships.
Oh, I see. Who else did they kill?
Well, they say you shouldn't lie next to man. I mean, that's one of the quotes in the Bible. But they even kill teachers with different thoughts, philosophers and scientists and people who didn't cooperate with the German Reich.
I think you can probably get the poster boy for Nazism up on the poster girl. And it came down to, if you spoke out against them, they get rid of you. And if you didn't look like that, they get rid of you. It didn't matter what it is that you did. It was a matter of you didn't do this. And that is conform to the right spec. Hey, good night. Conform to the right spec and definitely not speak out against them. I don't like that kind of thing.
They just seem like to say that they had to blame somebody for the national crisis that Germany had gone through after World War One, and their economy was really bad. And when Hitler was voted into office, he was trying to, I guess, put power back in Germany's hands, and that he wanted to use something to unite the country. I mean, there's a lot of things that I speculate because I read a lot of different things about Hitler, and basically, he just wanted to rule as he wanted.
What was that thing about the newspaper? It was a European newspaper. It said something about, it was about Germany, and I'm trying to remember. I wish like History Man was here or something. But you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, not at the moment.
It was something like blaming the Germans for the war, or blaming them for something or something. It was something that Hitler used to bring the people around, spur them on. And it was something to do with the headlines of a newspaper. Just old brain not functioning. Sorry.
Yeah, I know he used propaganda a lot. I know he used the Jewish people as a cause for all the problems that the German was going through.
Yeah, the newspaper said something like Jewish people destroying Germany. Just something like that.
Midnight Oil Run. I've heard stories that officers would shoot their own people when they would try to retreat. I heard that somewhere. Yeah, it was a nasty time.
Well, they made nice guns. Those Lugers were pretty sweet.
I held a Japanese Luger, or a Japanese Nambu, a 6.5 millimeter handgun. My dad got from the service, plus a samurai sword. He sold those off.
I'm getting really sleepy, but I'm enjoying listening to the live stream. But I guess I can leave and listen to the live stream on YouTube.
Well, after a shower, it should relax you a lot, so that's why you're probably feeling sleepy.
Yeah.
Yes, Germany unemployment was bad, but so was the world. I mean, it was in the 30s, so that means that the United States was going through the Great Depression. And matter of fact, even Franklin Delano Roosevelt was doing fireside chats. So there was some similarities in both countries, but one went negative and the other one went isolationist. And then we had a large association of Nazi. I mean, I remember seeing history photos of the Nazi Party in New York at Madison Square Garden in 1930s. They called it Bundestag.
Really?
Yep.
Why were they in the US?
Because there were people from Germany that were established in the United States for at least 30, 40 years. I've heard stories about U.S. Americans born of German descent go back to their fatherland to fight for Germany. The Bundestag.
Never let them back into the country.
Yeah, they were Americans, and they trained other German to sound and act like Americans, and they placed them as spies, back in the United States. Or
It's like, oh, do you guys want to go back to Germany for the war? Oh, we absolutely get that. No, I mean, you should be on the side you want to fight on. That's fair enough. Yeah, we got a plane going back there. Just jump on this here plane. You fly that plane somewhere completely different, land the sucker, and say, well, you're all prisoners of war. Sorry.
I'm trying to see what else happened in the 30s.
Damn it.
There were some parallels in both of them. I can't believe the parallels between the countries.
You're like, oops, we absolutely screwed up. We're so sorry, but that whole plane full of German repatriates, well, we shot the fucking thing down. I don't know how we made such a mistake. Oh, darn.
Okay,
I feel so bad.
Be careful.
Oops.
Best friend in the hospital had a heart attack.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Well, in the hospital is the best place to be. It's better than hearing that they had a heart attack and they're not in the hospital.
Or worse.
What's worse? Yeah.
Not able to respond.
She no good. Well,
that perked me up. Jeez. I had a.
At school, I fell asleep in class. I didn't get in trouble for it.
Sounding a little bit muffled, Joanne.
Yeah, I didn't understand that, Joanne.
Oh, sorry.
If you're going to put us on the pillow, that's fine, but don't cover us with the blanket.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
I gotta be careful because I do. Sometimes I'll transfer from my laptop or my computer. I'll put it on my phone, charge at the same time, and I'll be talking to them. And if I'm laying on the couch or on the floor, which I figure if I'm 64 and I can't get up anymore from the floor, I'm gonna die soon because I figured that I can get up. I mean, it's still physically fit to get off the floor.
I can get up. It's just no fun. Hurts like hell.
Because I usually do a handspring, into a standing position.
Good man.
And I figure if I can do that and not fall asleep, I'm good.
If I can do that and not scream out in pain, I'm good.
Well, I've been pretty lucky for a person my age that I can sing up that pretty good. I can keep up walking with the younger people. Sometimes they can't. I don't know. They don't seem to be challenged to do physical stuff.
In the last few days, my back has just been doing some stuff. I'm telling you. I even took a little extra pillage there to try to calm them down. But it's when I drive, like earlier I drove somewhere for about an hour. And when I tried to get out of the car seat, holy Jesus, getting out of the car was a joyous occasion. I called it to the angels and they spoke back to me. Oh man. Sometimes it's just, Joanne, don't get old.
Don't go what?
Don't get old. Just don't get
stay. Hey, the thing is, don't get old, but don't stay too young.
old. Don't get old. That's all I can say.
I'm hungry, but like I don't even know what I have in my kitchen.
Okay, so what time is it there now? And she's gone to find something in the kitchen.
Well, she's 8 hours ahead of us, so it's about 10:30 over there.
Oh, bangers and mash, of course.
Okay, what the heck is that?
I don't know, but maybe she'll tell us when she comes back. Bangers, I'm pretty sure, are sausages, and mash, I think, is potatoes, like a hash browns kind of thing.
Well, I'm hoping when I just opened the refrigerator door that we're having
Bangers and mash.
no biscuits and turkey gravy.
Oh, biscuits and gravy.
Well,
You got any bangers and mash?
No, I haven't. I think I've got baked potato and cheese, but that's
don't
like,
give him any pride because he didn't know what those were. He just mentioned it, but I asked him what they were, and he didn't know. So what is
Oh, way to huck me under the bus. That bus is gonna
Hey,
have
you try to show off. I called you to it, man.
man, that bus is gonna have a bumpy ride going over me.
Yeah,
that sounds kind of that sounds kind of sexual, isn't it? Bangers and mash.
Okay. Tell him what that is. Let's see if I was right. Because I said what it was. What is bangers and mash?
What do you think it is?
I said it out loud. Tector will tell you afterwards if I was right. He'll be honest.
I'm not even sure what that is.
But I told you what I said.
I didn't hear it because I was talking to you.
Oh, come on. Okay,
Really?
I'll say it. Bangers are sausages and mash is cubed up or diced up potatoes. It's like a hash browns, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's
Right,
yeah.
there we go. See, I know what I'm talking about. I'm Canadian, for fuck's sake.
Hey, don't forget
mashed potatoes and sausages.
Yeah, bangers and mash.
Let's see.
Same thing as here. If I asked my wife for bangers and mash, that's what I would get.
You see, we try to reject everything that's English or French.
Well, that's silly.
Well, that's the way we don't call our lowest mintage coin cents. We call them. And the reason why they don't call them pennies is because they didn't want to follow the English coinage.
I always think of cents in terms of sorry, I'm thinking mathematics, but I'm not thinking mathematics. I'm thinking about the mathematics of trigonometry, where a cent is 1/100th of a 360-degree circle kind of thing.
A cent?
Yeah.
That's 100.
Or a degree.
That's a degree of 100.
360 degrees, but there's cents somewhere in the breakdown of degrees. As you get smaller, you get into another measurement called cents.
Well, in degrees, you have 1 degree, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Oh, okay, that's what it is. So that's not right either.
Nope.
Oh, there's only one other place I know for sure that things get broken down into cents, and that's in music.
Now you're making me feel like a geek.
Too late.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, music is definitely broken down into cents. Why, I have no idea. But
David Carlisle, why are you asking to get high?
okay. Towel. Oh, he's towely. Towely. Don't forget to take a towel. Want to get high? It's South Park reference to a character that is a walking, talking towel.
I could not get into South Park.
Yeah, Towley is really an abuser, but he means well. He's just mostly high all the time.
Towley.
Well, they've even got a walking, talking piece of human shit called Mr. Crappy or whatever, or what the hell they call that stupid character. Like literally, he bounces around. He's a turd.
Do Britons drink coffee or they drink tea in the morning with their breakfast?
Earl Grey hot.
Earl Grey hot. Okay, well,
Tea, Earl Grey hot.
yeah, I could never drink tea. I would never make a good Brit because to me, tea tastes like medicine.
Lots of different kinds of teas, though.
Instagram,
Mr. Hanky.
can I just say something? Instagram sucks for people because they just block you. They do that. They block a lot of people on Twitter too, and it's just so uncalled for.
Instagram. It sounds like a dealer that I should know. I should have his number. Instagram, man. Whenever you need a gram, call Instagram. He'll be there in a flash.
It's a website.
I know.
That thing, but yeah.
You should know what I do for a living.
Do you have one?
No. I'm part of the evil empire, though. I work for one of the big evil companies that everybody hates.
What do you work for?
Facebook.
Do you?
I do.
How?
Well, I made a product called Portal. Portal is like a desktop video conferencing device. Looks like a screen with a little camera on it. It's made for people who want to use Facebook Messenger, but don't want to have it on a phone and don't want to have to open their computer and haven't got a webcam and whatever. So you buy a Portal. And Portal is, like I say, it's like a desktop device for using Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp, basically. It's also a browser. You can go to YouTube on it and watch videos and crap like that, but that's not primarily what it's for. It's a touch screen device that makes it easy to use, basically Messenger. How
did you make that?
I'm sorry, pardon? I didn't make it up. I'm just a cog in the wheel. I'm not involved at that level. I'm involved at the level where if you buy one and it stops working and you call in, you might just get serviced by me.
Oh, I see. So you didn't make it?
Oh, no. Well, Facebook made it. It was not a device that existed anywhere, and Facebook did design and have it manufactured, so it's a completely Facebook device. It's an Android tablet, and most of what it's made of. It's got a really, really cool camera that follows you wherever you go, which scares some people about a Facebook camera that follows you wherever you go. But the thing with it is that it doesn't store anything on it. When you're in a call, that call is just complete to the other location. There's no way to remotely access the camera or anything like that. It's got all that kind of stuff in mind because, I mean, Facebook being what it is, we can't be involved in compromising people's privacy any further than we've already been. So, Portal's got all that.
I know you probably don't get C-SPAN, but did you see Zuckerberg in front of the oversight committee for government affairs?
No, I mean, I did see it briefly, but I didn't spend a lot of time watching.
Boy, they were grilling everybody: Microsoft, Google, Microsoft, iPhone company, Apple, and one more. There were 5 CEOs, and they were placed under the hot seat. Boy, were they squirming!
Well, those are those guys, right? Those are those guys who have an inordinate amount of money, more than anyone should have been. Like, it's the American system, so you can't say more than anybody should be allowed to amass. You can't say that. That's not the way the free enterprise system works. But who in the world needs the kind of money that those people have amassed? I mean, surely to God, there's a better plan than.
I can give you a reason how and why. One is to pay their company profits, and whatever excess means they have, they give them to the new investors. They just make money to make money, so they pay the least, and they make the most, and as they make a profit, they actually make money to pay the excess and other people.
We're losing Mike Badger now too. Badgers just hibernate. They don't actually go to bed. They just close one eye so nobody can get their stuff. They have a little break.
He's going to bed and he's never done before. He does stay up late, I tell you that much. Yeah. Okay, Mike. See y'all later. Glad to be in here.
Everyone's leaving now.
Yeah, because
It happens eventually.
everybody else is. Well, I'm in the States at 2 a.m. They're going to bed at 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, and I'm in Canada, but I'm in the same time zone as Hector is. We're both on the west coast of North America, so we share the same time zone, the Pacific time zone.
Okay.
But we're thousands upon thousands of miles apart.
Hey,
And many more kilometers.
It's crazy.
it's what?
It's crazy.
Oh,
Crazy.
I thought
Crazy.
you said she was freezing. I'm going, not in this California weather.
Crazy. It's crazy for feeling so lonely.
It was really sunny in England for a while, and now it's just raining.
It's raining now in your area?
Not now, but it was raining in the early hours.
I like the rain.
You know, I found a site that plays nothing but 8 hours of rain. It's just the sound of rain.
That can certainly soothe if you're having a hard time with sleep.
Didn't help me any.
White noise.
Yeah.
Well, folks, you know what? I'm starting to feel in it as well. I think I'm going to turn in here. Call it a night.
Yeah, my bedtime is going to be 3 o'clock, so I've got only 23 minutes.
Oh, boy.
You could end the stream now. I mean, I'm getting tired myself.
If you like, I mean, I know Darren and I have talked to many a night till the wee hours of the day.
It's pretty easy to do.
Yeah.
What's the earliest hour you've stayed up?
Yeah. On the phone, probably from 9:30 in the evening until 7:30 the next morning. And on here, a few times I fall asleep during the and I've woken up, and so it depends on
Yes, that's funny.
how many times
That has happened.
Well, you know, it's something that you get used to. And when the other people are not talking and not giving good feedback, or they're doing something, like sometimes if we're talking, they'll be doing their coins or they'll be looking something up. And after a while, it's like, okay, guys, what are you guys doing? And they'll tell me, oh, I was looking up stuff or I was putting my coins away. I said, well,
This is the longest stream I've ever been on. I've only been on a live stream for a few minutes max before this, and now I've been on a stream for 5 hours. It's crazy.
Well, it's people, it's a topic, and if you're comfortable, like I said, there are people that was here a little while ago in the same stream. They were telling me that they sometimes just listen to the conversation while they work. Other times, people tell me they fell asleep while they're listening to the stream. So it's possible to be on here for a long time if you're interested and you're engaged and you're focused. I mean, sometimes I'm paying attention to our conversation here, but people in the chat, they're having their own conversation and they feed off what we say.
Yeah, that happens all the time. I'm playing my stupid phone game. It's like there's certain things you have to get done on a daily basis to make the game. Oh, the policeman just pulled up.
Was that the siren too?
I just heard. Oh, no, I see it. I'm actually on the run from the hospital too. That might be an ambulance.
That wouldn't send an ambulance only then to get you.
No. I heard the, know, the siren, when the siren comes to a stop, when they turn it off, it goes, kind of like that. It just happened within a block of here. Somebody heard the siren turn on and then just come to a stop. No, everything seems calm.
Yeah, I'm in the, see, to the left of me is my garage. And if I hear anything like the side of my house or the side where I have my trash cans, when I hear something, I go up and figure it out. And one time, we had just come in from 4th of July, and I come in, and I hear some noise, and I look out the window, and one of our trees across the street was on fire because somebody lit a rocket and hit into the palm, and the palm has full of dried palms, and it caught on fire.
So what did you have to do?
Well, I didn't have to do anything. The fire department showed up in time.
Oh, that's handy.
Yeah. It wasn't that big, but they still showed up, and they gave the guy a citation because it was his bottle rocket that started the fire, and he was trying to put it out before he got here, and it was just a little fire. But
Dude, I'll have to send you a channel that I used to be friends with, and you can talk, and you can see how much shit he talks. It's so funny.
Okay. What kind of game is it called there, Darren?
Oh, I play Clash of Clans.
Oh, yeah. I'm more into like shooting games, puzzle.
There's this shooting game called PUBG.
Yep.
I did hear it.
Hmm?
I haven't heard of that game.
I've heard of that.
It's really good.
I got a Samsung S10. It'd probably play it pretty good.
No,
Yeah.
I got a J7 Samsung.
We've all got Androids, hey?
All right. Yeah.
Something going on?
I love it. Lemonhead, be well. And if you can't wow him with your brilliance, baffle him with your bullshit. It's true.
You're a trooper, Joanne.
Well,
Right. I'm shutting the world down here. All right, boys and girls, all the ships at sea.
You lock your window? Did you lock your window?
No.
You don't lock your windows?
No. That's not
do you have to go to bed now?
Ideally, yeah.
You tired?
Later, Gators.
Later.
See ya. Bye.
Well, you're ready for the day. I mean, you showered already, and
Yeah.
you get something to eat, and then you're ready for the day. I still have to work tomorrow. I'm not sure what time I'm supposed to start because I haven't checked my email yet.
Do you work from home?
At the moment, yes.
You can do it whenever then.
I have a 3 p.m. I have a 3 p.m. Zoom meeting.
Oh, I see.
Not a problem. So I can sleep probably part of the morning and get my stuff done before I have to go to Zoom.
Yeah.
You sound relaxed.
I am. I'm so relaxed on this stream. It's historical stuff and we're just normal conversation. It's not crapping on anyone like everyone else does. But yeah, I'll have to show you that YouTube guy's channel. It's cringy anyway.
And he's a Briton too, right?
No, he's from Canada, but he's French. So
Well, they always say French a little bit on the arrogant side.
yeah. Well, he's not European French, you know what I'm saying, right?
Right, but it's a branch from the same tree.
Mm-hmm.
There's 4 people left here. I can't imagine being this late and people still up 4 o'clock. And well, in their time, they have 7 a.m. So that'll be the time I'll be leaving for work. So it'd be rare for me when school hasn't started yet. It's still remote learning. So that's the part that most teachers are okay with. But in classroom, it's not going to be too popular an idea.
Yeah. What class have you got to do today?
It's actually it's for the census. School hasn't started. That's why I'm saying it's still remote learning, And basically, kids do their work on their own. You give them instruction on air, which means you're actually interact with them, and then you just check on their work and then see if they got it completed. They email it to the teacher. He goes over it or she goes over it, and then returns it with the corrections, and then they do another session. My idea is that most of them need a lot of more instruction because they're so used to being home, they're not used to being at school at home, and it's really difficult for them to pick up stuff that normally should be easy, in a school day because they're in a routine. At home, they don't have to follow a routine. The parents are not teaching. Now the parents have to rely on the remote learning for the kids to be taught, and then they're away from the parents. But hopefully the parents are working while their kids go to school at home in their bedroom, I guess. We're down to 3.
Hmm.
They're falling asleep.
No, I haven't.
Does this person always find you when you use your channel name?
No, I unsubscribed for him. He hasn't bothered me. None of them. No one has bothered me. I think they're leaving me alone, which is good.
That's awesome. I wonder if no, Troy will probably be asleep by now. Probably barely getting up again.
They normally do live streams from 2:00 in my morning, and then they just end their live stream after in 3:00 in the morning. So their live streams are boring anyway. He has no content anyway. It's boring.
Buds, Coins, and Variety. Hey, what's happening, Hector? I don't know. Did you leave and come back, or you mean we were just talking about history and Hitler and Germany and what else? We talked about the gas they used in the war and propaganda from Germany and England, the United States, the Axis powers. Jeez, we talked a lot. And coins. I forgot about that. I pulled my coins up. Man, 5 hours and 18 minutes. This has been a long one. It's been a while for me that I had this one. I mean, I used to have long ones before, but
how long?
My average is about 6 or 7 hours a night.
See, I've seen one person do 6 hours, but he did literally nothing. It's boring.
Yeah, those would cut me off pretty quick. I mean, there isn't a subject. I mean, in ways that not any subject would bore me, but any subject that with not enough content about what they're talking about would bore me.
Yeah, like there's this random dude who I'll literally show you. There's this random dude who literally just talks about politics all the times. He eats his breakfast on live stream, and then the live streams are just boring.
Well, I can tell you that I avoid sometimes going to see people on chat, mainly because I've heard them talk about what their interests are, and normally I don't even ask to go up. If they invite me, fine. Rarely do I ask to come up, but mostly it's the conversations that get me going. Or there are sometimes someone makes an error. I try to type as fast as I can to get the error that they were saying corrected, but I don't type fast enough because sometimes chat goes so fast I don't get the chance to, and that's when I ask them, hey, you need to put me on because that is wrong.
Right. I can't do live streams on YouTube. I've tried so many times, it just won't let me. But oh well. I'd rather just be on panels anyway, to be honest.
Yeah, well, honesty's always said the best policy.
Yeah. I don't like doing my own live streams because I would just get trolled and shit like that. So
I've been pretty darn lucky about not getting trolled as much.
I mean, I've had people like threaten to like dox me and stuff like that, and I've just had people call me ugly and stuff like that. It's nothing major, you know.
Right.
It's not like major trolling where I'm almost to the point where I'm gonna kill myself.
No, that wouldn't. I mean, I've been in situations before where they try to hurt me really bad physically, but I've been okay with that. But he found out 454 for a square body. That's awesome. A little bit too big engine for me. I'd rather keep mine mild and just able to pull the body. What he's talking about is the engine size on a pickup.
Cool. Someone got pissed off at someone else from England, and then all of a sudden he stopped talking to me just because of that. And I didn't do anything wrong.
Well, people get butt hurt for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, but like he went off on someone else, and he just stopped talking to me like I did something wrong, and he was slandering me in this video too. And I'm like, excuse me,
Mm-hmm.
you so-called friend.
It's funny because you say that. I have a lot of issues with kids, high school kids, and a lot of drama between girls because they stop talking to their friends or because they get a boyfriend or, oh, geez. There's sometimes I'm wondering, what are you guys fighting about? You're not going to marry the dude. You guys are only 14 years old. You're 13 years old. Wait till you have real drama. Wait till you have your first baby. When till you get married, And there's a lot of drama that goes on.
I think I was a little girl in school, and I had two best friends in school, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I only wanted to have like one, and then the other one would cry all the time. It was annoying, honestly.
Yeah, that sounds about what I deal with sometimes at school.
So there's three girls, and then one cries because she's left out and stuff like that.
Guys seem to be the opposite. The more guys, the better.
Well, it turned out I saw my ex-friend from school, like when I was older in like a different school, and she just turned into a bitch. I'm like, oh, I'm so glad I'm not friends with you anymore. So it is what it is.
Hey, Bud, what year is your square body? Man, I still can't believe people here still at 3 a.m. And then most of these people are East Coast people. So it's what, almost 7 minutes to 7 over there?
How do I link a YouTube channel to you without getting kicked out? Oh, you can look it up, can't you?
Yeah.
Could you look up, just type in dark, yeah?
Dude, type what now?
Type in dark space angel 6003.
Okay.
Just,
Let's see. I'll go to another because I got tabs I can open up.
yeah, okay.
Okay. Dark. Go ahead. What's the rest of it?
Angel.
Mike tells me already something about it. Okay, Dark Angel.
And then just put 6003.
6003. Is that 003 or 003?
It's 003.
Okay. Well, it doesn't come up with other channels. Let me try something else different. Dark Angel, 61,000. VNV Nation. Dark Angel. Yeah, a lot of Dark Angels coming up.
Is there one with a purple profile picture?
No, but it says something about empires.
That's weird.
Then I have Dark Angel.
Hold
and-
on. Let me look it up. Hold on. Let me look it up, okay?
Sure. It's almost 6.
And I'll,
You slept up. That's good. 82 short box.
what'd you say?
I was talking to Buds, the guy in channel chat. 82 short box. Wow. I still got to get that 63 from my dad's place and bring him over here so I can start working on that truck.
Hi. Okay, this dude changed his channel name,
Ah.
but I'll share it to you. His shit is cringe, literally. It makes me want to die.
Maybe he's avoiding you too.
What'd you say?
I said maybe he's trying to avoid you too.
Wh-
There you are.
Yeah, so yeah, he probably is. But if he's I got the channel. I put it in a private chat, and you can see what it looks like.
Okay.
He's probably blocked me because that's what he does. He blocks people because of harassment, even though he's fucking 47 years old and needs to grow up. What is this, high school? God.
Maybe he's careful with the authorities too for harassment.
What'd you say?
I said maybe he's afraid of the authorities for the harassment part because sometimes some YouTube policies may fall under that, and he may not like that.
What? So you think he blocks people because of
His harassment and also avoiding YouTube. Raven Angel 603.
Yeah. Just watch a video or something. It's cringy, honestly.
Well, he's done anatomy. He's only been around. Let's see.
A week, I think.
Yep. Then he's already had 317 views. Is the guy wearing sunglasses him?
Yeah, it's all him.
Let's see what he looks like.
Yeah. He's a neo-Nazi, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah. He has a Nazi tattoo covered up.
Yeah, he's got some on his neck. I can't tell. He hasn't turned yet. No, he's turned once. Let's see what he's. I'm gonna mute my mic, so I don't want him to say anything that. I'll be back. I'm just going to see what he says.
Okay.
See, well, I get the gist of it. He's kind of like he's what's the word I want to use? He's being careful because he got called out. I guess that's one of the reasons why he changed his.
What was he talking about?
I don't know, something about being called out. The other guy saying some things that are bad and this and that. Yeah, I would never visit him again. Just because of what another guy is doing to him that's causing some other people to think bad about him, and he doesn't want to have any problems with those people. So it's cool.
I see. Well, if he's such a pussy, maybe he should delete YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to stop the issue because I think it sounds like he knows his people and his people know him. But it's all in good and good. I mean, he's trying to rectify things, so it's cool.
I think he stopped talking to me because people called him a pedophile for talking to me. Because I'm like 19.
That's not the definition of pedophile.
Well, in their mind it does, so that's probably why he stopped talking to me. I'm a fucking like a young adult. I can talk to whoever I want, but they kept calling him a pedophile. That's why he's probably leaving me alone.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I try to be as much respectful on here. People say things that I don't agree with, but I don't put a negativity on it. I just let them speak their mind, and a lot of times I just let it go. And a lot of people get involved, and all of a sudden they're having issues with the guy or the gal. And I'm going, you guys got to chill out. This is just conversation.
Yeah.
Studebaker. Nose bullet? Oh, geez. For a friend.
What did you say?
Well, there's Bud came into another channel that I was into, and I told him that I work on cars and restore vehicles, and I like being a mechanic, And I told him there's a video of the cars that I enjoy looking at, and I turned him onto it, and he's from back east. I'm not sure if I remember saying he said he was from Connecticut.
You want to know something? That dude, yeah.
Huh?
You want to know something? You know that dude I just showed you about?
Uh-huh.
He's a neo-Nazi. He's been in prison for attempted murder.
He's in Canada.
What?
He's in Canada?
No. He's in the US, but he's Canadian.
Oh. Wow. And they didn't expel him?
Don't know.
Huh. That's odd.
It's kind of scary, to be honest. I don't even know why I spoke to him. I'm kind of scared he'll probably murder me if I say anything about him,
No, he first got to get out of the country with a conviction on him. He won't be able to leave because the other country won't accept him.
What, so if he comes to England because he's got a criminal record of attempted murder?
Canada does it all the time.
Huh?
Canada and Mexico do that all the time.
Really?
It's as far as I know. Unless they change the rules.
He spent 10 years in prison and shit. Damn.
Okay, now I'm getting sleepy.
Yeah, so am I. Well,
it's already 3 o'clock. Remember I said I was going to... It is 3 o'clock. It's 3:04 exactly.
Okay.
Well, nice talking to you, Joanne. When Troy and
what's your email? Can I have your email?
I don't want. I tell you what, it was sent to you by Troy. It's on there.
It's only on a live stream, I think. He only sent me the live stream.
Oh, well, I'll send it to him and he'll send it to you.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Because I can't put it right here right now. There's I don't know who's lurking, and
yeah.
I get spam sometimes. But anyway, it was a pleasure talking to you. It was nice meeting your friends with you.
You too.
And everybody in chat. Sorry, Bud, I know you just got here, but I've already been on for 5 hours, 35 minutes, and 40 seconds. So it was a lovely chat with everyone. I hope you guys have a good day. Make the best of it, and do something good for somebody for tomorrow. Small or little, big or tall. Do it for you guys. All right, Joanne, thank you very much. Good night.
Good night.
And it was a pleasure meeting you, ma'am.
I'll see you. I'll see you tonight, maybe.
Okay. I should be on tonight after my time, 6 p.m.
Cool. Bye.
right. Okay, good night. Night, everybody. Let me see the roll call. Everybody's here. David Carlisle, Bud, Lemonhead, if you're still here. Mike Badger already went to bed. Wow, there's 4 people here that I mentioned only 3. Midnight, are you still here? I know he takes care of his grandma, so I want to make sure I get everybody. EVG left. I know, Kay, I hope everything's okay with your friend at the hospital. That's about it. I hope I got everybody. If not, please forgive me, guys. Good night. Have a good day. And keep collecting those coins and have fun the rest of the day. Take care, everybody. Good night.